Hello. So, people are dying. Welcome back. Um, great start. Um, so we are beginning session. What is it? Session 5 of Iodithus streaming. Um, and last session, a lot happened. Oh God, so many
Yeah.
things. Okay, so you guys finished up a little bit of shopping you were doing. You guys were planning on getting ready to leave, maybe have a little bit of a meal beforehand, or some of you were planning on that, and some of you didn't know it was happening, and then we're like, oh shit, maybe I should get something. Some shopping happened with some interesting NPCs, like a strange, I guess you could say, hag in a shed, just creeping around the corner, yeah, peeking at you. And some of you received some totally not cursed items whatsoever. And yeah, it was great. And all of you loved her, and nobody was uncomfortable. Sarcasm. But yeah, so you guys went off and did that. And then some little outfits were bought for Radioactive Purple Rat Baby as well. One of them including like a little plastic and cloth. Um, what would you even call it? Like a little suit of armor, kind of. So that was cool. That's actually why you guys met the creepy hag lady, was because you were looking for that, and then you met her. Um, but so you guys made your way from there, doing a little bit of other shopping, and then went back to like the castle, the rooms. Um, some conversations were had, and two of you had split off to go. I don't really remember your reason for it. If it was just because why not? I think that was the whole purpose for it. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. It was Zernus and Maldet.
Yeah, no, it was
Yeah,
just
it
we
was
were
full on
bored.
just why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
just bored.
It's
Maybe
Like,
like
why
a
not?
bit
what
of
what
shopping.
what
Yeah.
can we do here? And it's like, let's check the basement. Oh wait, there's more levels to this. So we went up.
Yeah.
Well, no, we did check the basement. It's the upstairs basement.
Sure.
Right.
Um,
I
you
forget
end.
you Brits are different.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And so you started making your way up through like the castle, mainly the massive tower in the center. 17 floors, and you started making your way to the top, going floor after floor. A lot of them were just rooms. Some of them were. One of them was a chapel, and eventually you reached a wall. Um, this wall just kind of blocking up the upstairs area. You guys incredibly stealthily cracking some boards off with crowbar, not alerting the priest that was in the chapel. At least not then. He did kind of hear you guys when you were checking out the little throne room they had, but you cracked through and made your way past this wall, and many of the rooms, most of the rooms, were entirely empty. Thick layers of dust, although it looked like the stairs were a little more trod than the others. You started to make your way up, and the 16th floor, you saw some cables and tubes from the ceiling. The 17th being a large chamber that had various tubes, five tubes. Four of them seeming to contain what looked like the fog outside, and one of them being matte black. Um, the button flashing red, which Maldet you recognize to be in Morse SOS. And so you guys kind of sent some word down to the rest of the party. They kind of were, discussing what was going on, and then you guys opened it. Some of you getting your stuff packed so that you were ready to go. Some of you getting the gauntlets so that you could cast again, and basically just prepping to leave early, so that you were ready to go. In doing so, sorry, I just saw the quote. In doing so, got ready. Thing was opened, and out came a man who identified himself as Joseph Stone. He mentioned something called the United States and seemed very wary of Zernus. And then he looked out the window and went, "Oh God, they put us in fucking." And then we're gonna continue from there. Snee, and then he just kind of turns to you. I Okay, so all of you, hi.
Hello.
What do we do now? This is all very distressing. Where are you going?
Out there.
We are leaving
You're leaving.
everything.
That's leaving.
Okay. Can I come with you? I don't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Are you familiar with any sort of weaponry?
I can shoot a gun.
Wick pulls out.
Yeah, I was doing the wig.
Yeah.
I mean,
I looked to Wick and I just motioned to like us. We should like arrange an assortment for him to choose from.
Wick's already like opening her bag and he's just giddy.
It's like, hello there, I'm your local dealer.
just like he's just kind of looking and he's like, "Whoa." I mean, I think it's reasonable. You'd probably have like a couple pistols and things on you. He'd be he'd just kind of
Pull
look
out
at
my
one of them.
shotgun and my sniper rifle. Take your picking.
He looks between the pistols, looks at the shotgun, looks really interested, sees the sniper, and is like, "Never trained on those. I'll take the shotgun if you're offering."
Yeah, I'll just need it back, but I'm gonna hold on to it because I'll just hide it in this bag, and I showed him the bag of holding.
What the fuck? Like, what? How did you do that?
Magic.
Magic,
Oh
quite
my
literally.
god. Oh, this is weird. Okay. All right. Well, I'm following you, I guess. And he's kind of composed himself a little more. He's kind of out of it for a minute, but he seems to have kind of, after the shock of where he is, just kind of like come to, and he's like, "All right, yeah, I'll follow you.
Would
You
he
lead the
like
way."
emotional
Wait, does-
support dog?
He sees
Does
the dog. He's
anybody
like,
have-
"Oh, so cute."
Does anybody have polymorph?
No.
What?
That's a
Why?
fourth level
That's
spell.
a very high level spell.
That's-
Yeah.
That's far too advanced
Hey.
for something like this right now.
A scroll? I don't know. Maybe somebody stumbled
True.
upon it.
No,
Why
it
would
isn't.
they make polymorph?
So we can change the man into something less inconspicuous than.
Look
Is
at
my
our
gut
group
saying
and tell
this?
me that we aren't already.
Yes, but we've been seen. He hasn't.
And what's happening outside?
Speak for yourselves.
Wick's just closing up her little pistol shop and is like, oh.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna
like,
slip to the window and stick my face like against the glass. I don't know, Galliard, what is happening outside?
Currently, as you peek outside, looks exactly as it was last time. Nothing seems to have changed. You see people bustling about down the streets. You see people walking this way and that. It doesn't really seem differently. The fog is still present. Outside. Don't see anything out of the ordinary.
I'm just like well pressed up, just like slightly drooling. There's nothing going on outside. There's so much dust.
Wick would step
Okay.
over to the man and like tap his shoulder if that's okay.
You tap him and he just kind of looks down at you. Yes.
She taps Tick and then Tick's like, she's saying she has an invisibility spell if we intend to cloak him.
Oh, that's great. I love that. It's like a little penguin. This is awesome.
She just introduces, like, Tick's like, I'm a flying penguin. How dare you?
No, this is great. I mean, hey, I love this. There's magic. There's flying, talking robot penguins. Like this is. Oh
Yes, invisibility is pretty useful.
no, that'd be great. Like if you could do that, yeah. Because I don't listen. I just got free. I really don't want to get captured again.
Why
What if
were
we
you
just put him in a
captured?
really good looking woman's outfit?
Vic looks at Zernas blankly and is like,
I mean, I'm sure he could fit something like you wear, right?
What?
I'm sorry. I'm standing in the corner now.
I mean, your friend here. Are you a wizard by chance? Like you got the hat and everything. looking at
Oh
Galliard.
yes, I am a scholar of the arcane, which is like magic and such. So yes, I suppose yes, I am a wizard. I am a wizard. Yes.
Huh. Like fucking Gandalf. Anyway, so
Oh,
don't worry about it. Really great magical scholar for back in my day. So,
are you still around?
no. Um, but as for like you asked why I was in there. I don't know, to be entirely honest. There's a lot of blank spots in my memory. I'm hoping like it'll come back over time, but I'm kind of blanking, to be honest.
You
Last I know, I
said
was fighting, and then now I'm here.
and you
Well,
had said that there were more of you, but not many now.
downstairs.
You talk downstairs or what?
No, I'm gonna while everyone's getting
Oh,
friendly
okay.
because I seem to be the only threat here. I'm gonna just slip downstairs
I
and
mean-
make sure that we're not gonna.
I mean, if you
Not a
remember,
threat.
like near the end, he did kind of like warm up. He was like, "Oh, okay, you're a friend, cool." But just in the very beginning, he was like, "Oh," because reasons. Going downstairs. Okay. So Zernus starts heading downstairs. And then he just kind of is like, Joseph Stone's just like, yeah. So, I mean, your friend might not have a bad idea heading down there. Because I mean, I don't know if people know I'm up here or what. I'll follow your guys' lead, whatever you do. Like, whatever you think's best. I'll work with it. I just want to get the hell out of here.
Should I cast invisibility now then?
How long does it last?
It lasts an hour, I believe.
I believe
An
you're
hour,
correct.
a minute.
It's an hour.
Now,
Then let's walk down to the wall entrance and then cast it just before they arrive.
Okay.
There was a priest or something like that there, right?
like
You mean
sweating
before
at the
that?
comments.
It was like not the floor where the wall was, that was the throne room, but it was the floor before. There was the chapel with the priest.
We're all heading down. Fantastic.
All head down? Okay.
Yeah, the one you stared down and he was too afraid to say anything at all.
Because I am part of the USA, America.
You just told him and he was like, okay. So in that case you said you're all heading down? And then you're gonna
I
cast
suppose so.
invisibility before you get, or like right once you get to the wall, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Zernus, you start heading down, and pretty shortly after, you start hearing a bunch of footsteps behind you. Quiet footsteps, because I figure you're all trying to be a little quiet. Is that correct? Or no?
I have not broken stealth.
Yes.
You have not broken stealth. Okay. Then I'll say, for the sake of this, I'll just say, yeah, you guys were all being pretty sneaky heading up. Most of you.
I did put my armor back on.
You did put your armor back on, and are you trying to be sneaky at all, Zernus? Because with putting your armor on, that would have broken your stealth. And this would require a new check. Or you could just choose not to.
I'm just gonna. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm obnoxious.
Okay.
Everyone else could be. I'll be the distraction. You know.
So
like the Tin Man.
every
Perhaps
footstep
we're
is
dangerous.
just ting, echo, 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 ting, 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 down the steps, and you start to make your way down. You get to the wall. Being a little ahead of your group, you wouldn't know their exact plan for what they're doing as far as the invisibility. Just kind of keeping going down like you were going downstairs. You reach the chapel area, look over. The priest just kind of glances in your direction, goes back to what he's doing. He doesn't really seem to care.
Come here, you.
He knows you're there. He just doesn't. He doesn't seem to care. But
Yeah, I'm gonna approach him.
gonna
Just
approach him.
materialize behind him.
okay.
What the fuck?
So you materialize behind him, and he just kind of goes, "Oh, hello."
Hello. I have
Hey.
questions.
Yes.
Why are you up here?
It is my chapel. That's about the time the
Oh.
rest of you would get by this area. I'm just gonna ask,
Don't.
Zernus, you would be a pretty good distraction here. And you would have heard your people coming behind you. So rather than have everyone roll a stealth check, I'm gonna have you roll a distraction check. No. I'm gonna have you just make me a flat charisma check.
Damn.
Hmm.
See if you're entertaining enough that you keep his attention.
Oh no.
If you need to bust out your purple secret weapon, you have it too.
True, you can do that.
Did you climb up me? Have I just not noticed you?
You
I did-
noticed.
Hi, son. Hello. Yeah, no, I got a 15.
A 15. Okay. As far as you know, his eyes are trained on you, and if we're going with the idea radioactive purple rat baby is there, like talking to you for a minute, and then just eyes you watch go over to your shoulder, go back to you, go back to the shoulder, and like he's just kind of nods, doesn't say anything, and by that point the rest of you are by. And he doesn't seem to comment. If he did see you, he doesn't say anything. And so all of you make your way by with Joseph Stone at this point invisible and make your way downstairs. Zernus, do you want to have any conversation with this man?
No, what's his chapel? Why is he up here? Hoops, is he in? I didn't know he had a chapel to himself.
Oh, this isn't a chapel to me. This is a chapel to the deities of the moons.
What?
The deities of the moons? Kordir and Sundir? That the moons are named after.
I thought you I thought this island didn't do gods.
Most don't, but there are some few that still hold up the old religions.
I am alive still.
Hi.
Sorry.
You're good.
There are some who. Oh, I didn't catch some who.
There
worship gods?
most don't, but there are some who hold up the old religions like myself. Most do not, though.
Oh. And you just stay out here by yourself.
In here,
Alone?
most of the time, until people like yourself come along.
So how many secrets do you know?
Secrets of the universe, maybe, and of the cycles of the moons, but what else are you referring to?
Like people secrets.
Ah, the confessions. I don't share those with anyone.
I mean, like no, like if there was like a like if there was a secret angel you had somewhere, like that kind of secret.
I don't think I follow. He seems confused by the question.
Like if you were to say this world theoretically, this little world of bubble that you made, and you had an angel you kept hidden, like would that be secret?
If you kept it secret, then yes, it would be a secret.
So like, do you have a secret that's like that?
He's gonna lean a little bit closer. Are you a Fed?
Oh no!
Am I? I don't think so.
I mean, in one land you are, just not this one.
No, I'm not.
Not a Fed. The answer's still no.
Nah.
I don't have any secrets. The only
Well, you're,
secrets
like,
are between
all
me and
mystical.
the gods.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a long, lengthy conversation with them too.
Lovely.
Yeah, you want to see one of the handwritings?
Sure.
I still have that goddamn scroll
do?
the book bearer gave me, and I'm gonna see if it's got anything on it still.
It does. You look at it, and there is still writing. Do you show it to him?
Yeah.
You hold it out to him, and he just looks at it, looks at you. It is blank.
God damn it. God, you freaking. They do this all the time. Oh, I can just copy it though. I won't waste your time. So,
Maybe
like,
later.
what do you do with the moons and such?
I pray to the deities of the moons, and they give good harvest and ensure that our miracles are answered.
Huh. You just do that by yourself?
For now, there have been those before me, and there are other worshippers, but I am the one that leads the church. Shit.
Yeah, well, okay then. I'm glad we could have this talk. I'm gonna go downstairs because I'm hungry.
That's fair. And so you do. Oh, shit. And so you do. You head downstairs, and then you do see. At this point, the rest of you would be downstairs, and would you guys kind of just wait for Zernus, or would you have started heading off? Because Zernus was going down first, but Zernus is not there.
Yeah.
I want Galler to almost have been at the point of like going back up the check, like right as Zerdus is going back down.
Okay, and so that's how it goes. At the point in which you're like, I should go check, and then comes back down. It's like, okay. And so then, where are you as a group going? Where are you headed? Because you would know where the walkers would be waiting for you, the platforms that you'll be riding on. You know where those would be waiting. You already have the bracers on you, there's one for each of you because all of you do some form of spell casting. And they do change size to fit. So radioactive purple rat baby could have one as well.
Let's fucking go.
So again, as a reminder, you have 2 spell slots of any level per day that you can use. So keep that in mind. And then they refresh per long rest. Yeah. So where would you be headed? Would you be headed straight there? Is there any detours you want to take?
I don't really know.
Or do you even want to
I
leave at
mean,
all?
How much of a rush are we in? Hello, the rest of you, as I had some business that I didn't get to attend to earlier. And it's it might be some nice nutritious things to help keep us going. I don't
Oh.
exactly.
That
Are
would
we
be done by
missing
now.
someone?
Maldet is poofed, but I don't know why. I didn't
No,
see
not
this.
Maldet. The guy that's currently under a spell that I wasn't aware of.
Oh, yes, that's true. You get a tap on your shoulder.
Oh,
Hi, I'm right here.
Yay. For casting.
It
I
squeezes
think they
radioactive
joined
rat
up with
baby.
me. I also do not know that that person's there.
No. You're just kind of like, hi, I'm right here.
Oh.
They
Oh,
just
no, I
hold
haven't.
the rat.
Oh,
just
you don't
look
even
at
know
him.
who that is.
I don't even know who that is.
Hi, my name's Hi, my name's Joseph. We didn't meet.
Just holding the rat, my son. If you keep
My
giving people
son.
your behavior, I'm gonna have to throw you.
I thought paladins were supposed to be brave.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wait, what did I do?
He's copying you. Stop it.
Points out that we have an hour, so we have to
Yes.
make this clinic before the spell ends.
For reference, you have at this point about 50 minutes
Great.
because of the walk and then the short conversations Ernest had, which didn't take that long. It's mostly the walk down. So you have about 50 minutes now left on the spell, which you would know.
Well, we will have to collect Kingsley and Richard Hardy before we go.
Where
I
exactly?
don't know where they
exactly?
went.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I think, because Kingsley, you had sent off Richard Hardy to do his thing. You were still in the main hall, I believe, unless you had gone somewhere else.
Richard
Yeah.
Hardy came
Didn't
back and
go
Kingsley.
anywhere. Stayed where I
Oh, that's true.
was.
He did come back because he had to give you the bracers. So actually, you would be like right there, and so like about that point, Kingsley, as they're mentioning that, you see that.
Kingsley was distracting Hardy when he came back so that they could go do their stuff by
You're right.
talking about the prospect of him going to Kingsport privately, of course.
There you go. Well, then at that point, you see the group. They're kind of like down the stairs that are kind of looking around, and you see them, and they look in a hurry.
He will approach them. Are you guys ready to go?
I
Yep.
think so.
I think so, unless like I could catch
Oh,
up with
yeah.
you. I don't think I'm gonna be like because I don't want to have wasted money.
Zarnas and Maldet, you can see that I'm holding a casserole.
And I will say, for Galliard, it's about the time that would be done. The thing you were told would be done. So, and it is actually on the way, the direction that you need to go as well.
Oh, okay.
So you can kind of swing in there on the way. It's on the main
Yeah.
road.
So we grab a walker, go stop where Galliard wants to
Yes,
go.
yes.
It would.
And yeah, it'll just be like a minute or so.
I will say
Already
it would
paid for,
be
there shouldn't be-
the flip because the walkers are on the outside of
Oh,
town. So
okay.
get the thing, head that direction, walker out.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Okay. So you get going. Oh, go ahead, Galliard.
Oh no, just saying yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
So you get moving, and Kingsley, about that time, you hear as Richard Hardy sidles up next to you. As you guys were having a conversation, he's like, "So as I was saying, oh, are we leaving? Oh, okay. Oh shit, I wasn't ready. I was so distracted, like someone was distracting me." And and he like snaps his fingers, and a couple of the men come over. Which, for a point of reference, I made a specific description last session. All of you see men holding what you now know to be cameras, the big boxes on their shoulders. Kingsley, you see big boxes with legs. So, there you go. Kingsley's cursed with knowledge. Anyway,
Kingsley just looks absolutely disturbed at these people.
Oh.
And has the whole fucking time.
so the camera crew and Richard Hardy come, and you do see as you leave, Richard Hardy kind of speaks into the thing on his wrist, and he's just like, "Hey, we're leaving." And as you guys make your way down the road, I'll say probably while you're waiting, Galliard, to get your stuff, she gives it to you, and you're ready to go. About that time, another group of people approach you. The majority of them are human. There are a couple of the rat folk mixed in, and the one person with the finest dress here is also a rat folk. They're all wearing what you can kind of gauge to be various types of military attire. The one rat folk being a higher rank of some kind. You don't even really recognize the symbology and like what their rank signifies. It's different than what you guys have seen, but you can kind of get the vibe just from the general outfits and adornment and tassels
Sweating
and whatnot.
bullets.
And they speak to Richard Hardy briefly off to the side, and then Richard comes back up to you. So, as was kind of alluded to, there's going to be 2 walkers for this journey, us on one, and then them on the other. There are security detail, I guess you could say. They're part of the military. This is dangerous lands, so they want to come with us to ensure our safety. We're sure you're plenty capable, but it's still quite dangerous that they know the lands better than even I do. And at that point, they lead you over to where the walkers are. They're these large... It's like if you took a giant cylinder, laid it on its side, and then cut it in half. And so it was just like the dome, sort of, but elongated. It's a hangar. And they opened the large 2 front doors, and inside are what you guys had briefly seen, but from a distance. They are much larger than they looked at from the distance. And they're actually, these ones you're being given are not 2-legged. They're 4. One of them is 4 and one of them is 6. The one with 6 is where the sort of military detail gets on top of. It's a little longer, a little more space for them. And then the one you have is 4-legged. It's just basically these segmented large legs with large pads on the bottom that then are attached to just a large platform on top. It's very simple. It's meant to just be able to travel off the ground. And so you guys are loaded onto it. You have your food for those of you that have food.
Mhm.
And you're piled on, and they fire it up.
I'm gonna make it very unsuspicious that
Uh-huh.
there is someone there that wasn't there before.
I mean, let me check something. Oh no, I left that in my car. That's okay. I'll use this.
I mean, is it
I'm-
possible to try to convince them that this was just one of the crewmates?
Do you want to attempt to do that?
I mean, when he's not
Before you get there?
invisible,
He
I know
he
he's
looks
gonna
very
crawl out.
different, like
Well-
malnourished and out of it.
Is
And wearing really weird clothing, even by like our
Well, if he
standards.
wasn't wearing weird clothing, we could always give him one of our things. And like,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
he looks a little
yes,
malnourished and
jingly.
shit, but think about this for a second. You're on a ship for fucking years. You're not gonna be the most healthy looking person ever.
well, I have no idea that he exists yet.
Are these walkers? Are they just like platforms, or is there like somewhere to go inside?
Just platforms with legs, basically.
Okay.
Once someone debriefs me on the situation, I'll probably hand over one of my magic items that will help with this whole situation. But I don't know about the situation yet. So.
You guys, do you want to on the walk take care of that? Like have that conversation
Oh yeah.
before you get there? Okay.
It's
So
like, hey, trust me. So I don't mean to alarm you or anything. We have an invisible man with us.
Oh, he talked to me. Yes.
Yes,
Is he
he's
trying to
doing-
hide?
Yes, he is,
Oh,
and
okay.
he's coming with us.
Invisible person, are you around here?
over like your right shoulder. Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. I'm going to look around and take off my hat, break attunement to it, and wave it around the right shoulder area for him to pick up.
Grabs it, takes it out of your hand, and it goes invisible as he takes it.
Yes. That put it on, and after a little bit, you'll be able to hide yourself with that.
How
Don't
long?
freak out too much. It's magic.
Like how long? Like an hour?
Yes.
Okay, cool. How long does the invisibility last? You guys have like 30 minutes
40.
left.
Like 30 minutes or something.
Oh shit. Okay.
31 minutes, 24 seconds, 23 seconds.
Oh, okay. This is about to look really weird. He's just gonna put the hat on, and like he'll start attuning to it as you walk. Thank you, weird goat leg person.
Their name is Drawson.
Drasen. Okay. I'm gonna remember all this. Sorry, names aren't my thing. I'll get there.
It's okay.
So,
Yeah.
Zernus.
Yeah. He just like puts his head down. You can tell he's sweating in his helmet.
Can someone please explain why we have an invisible man with us?
Oh yeah, so long story short, we broke into the top of the castle, unplugged him from some weird tube, and now he's coming with us. And we'd rather him not be seen.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull some strings then, aren't I?
Well, you do that best.
Listen, it's just because I have some sort of relation with the creepy leggy man.
I'm glad that worked out for you. It still makes me uncomfortable.
It actually worked out quite well for both of us, but we will see how that goes.
Considering you wear bells everywhere, I wouldn't be surprised if you got along with someone like him.
Not wrong. Actually, I quite like him. He is my kind of style.
Your style feels like Lucia.
What?
your style. I feel like you should be really good friends with Lucia. You know, the legs and legs.
Just kind of looks Harvey up and down for a second. I don't know. Although, if he does go where he's wanting to go, we could totally introduce the two of them.
I don't. You know what? That sounds like a really bad idea. I don't think I want any more machines with any legs.
Oh, is he coming to our?
We should.
Wait, yeah, no, he's coming to Kingsport.
As you guys are
Okay.
talking, as you're talking about Richard Hardy there for a minute, kind of glancing over at him, he's looking directly at your group. You don't know if he's heard you or not. He's far enough away he shouldn't be able to, but he's looking directly at you, but not at any of you specifically. He's looking by Drawson, we'll say. And Kingsley, you see a glint in his eye you saw earlier that day.
Don't be suspicious.
And he just gives a little finger wave.
I hate this man.
He doesn't back.
So he...
You know what?
I give a little back.
Hi! Like everyone just
There's
stops
9 of us, we can
waving.
jump him.
He's just...
He has 900 legs. How can we jump him?
You're gonna watch it as all of you start to wave. Each of his legs like start to lift and like give little waves too.
Walk faster, away.
That's kind of cute, but like, what's
I
so
don't like
disappointing?
spider.
Well, this is too many legs to be a spider.
Yeah, it's more of a
Millipedes.
centipede.
Well, it's not long like that. It's just a cluster.
Yeah.
Could use him as a mop.
Walk right back up to Hardy.
You say again, Connor.
Kingsley's gonna walk back up to Hardy. He's kind of
Hey,
been sticking next to him.
that's fair.
Just stand there, stand next to Drawson. Your boyfriend's weird.
Yeah.
I can't say anything. My fiance is out of it. But like the legs, Drawson, there's so many legs. Why? Nothing needs that many legs.
I do. No, he doesn't say that.
Well, maybe
Hardy
if you
has a lot
maybe
of
if you
legs,
had
and Kingsley's got the legs.
True.
maybe if you had more legs, you could move faster.
True.
He's
No.
pretty fast.
I'm Shield. Me Shield. I don't do legs.
Wick interjects like, you skip leg day?
I go on a run at 6 o'clock in the morning every single day. If my legs are weak, then you're 9 feet tall.
Wick responds with, I wish I was 9 feet tall. Then I can say you're
That's
shorter than me.
That's the point. My legs aren't weak, meaning you're not 9 feet.
You look weak to me.
Shade. Throw it shade.
Now,
And
tell
what's
me,
wrong with having
Wick-
more than 2 legs, elf?
You have 2 legs. Shut up, Wick. Does an 18 hit?
Yeah.
You get kicked right up the butt. You tell me that's weak.
I'm gonna go home. I don't want to be here.
So.
It doesn't seem to be your best work.
Just
Oh.
cries a little bit.
Oh.
As a cheer.
So you guys,
Just become 9 feet tall. Like, I wish.
after solving that issue, as far of the guy, continue your way. And is there any last minute stops you want to make in town before you head out? The idea is that you do come back, by the way. That's the idea if you are to do the thing you were asked for by Jermaine. You can choose not to. But if you are going through with that, the idea is you come back. So it's not like your last opportunity here. But is there anything you want to do before you leave? Any last minute shopping, preparations, anything at all? I got a no from Connor.
There's only one thing that I need.
What's that?
Can I, using the guise as it's for a piece, like a mechanical piece, am I able to find a 300 GP gemstone?
Ooh, any specific piece of gemstone or just anything?
Let me check the wording. I think it's a diamond. Pretty
Okay.
Yeah, it's a diamond.
Let's find out.
We can steal one too, if we need to.
Oh, it's
okay.
just it's diamonds plural, so it doesn't have to be one. It can just be a random assortment.
Okay, that's good. Because yeah, you kind of like going and looking real quick. You don't find a single diamond worth that, but you are able to find an assortment of different cuts and sizes of diamonds in order to equal 300 gold worth. That is possible, and they charge you exactly that 300.
Okay.
Technically, they charge you 1,500 electrum pieces.
Technically, yes. But you can pay in gold if you so wish, and they just are like, no one pays with electrum anymore.
How did you do that math so fast?
5 times 3.
He has glasses.
I mean, I'm
What?
supposed to wear glasses if that counts for anything.
I'm supposed to wear glasses too, and I'm dumb as a rock.
Glasses
It's
Yeah.
make
5
everyone
times
smart.
3 plus 2 zeros.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say that is very easy math, but he also wears glasses, and Josh is your teacher. He wears glasses, so smart people wear glasses.
Hey, Josh,
Yes.
we really need to work on my math skills again.
Yes, we do. It's okay. We'll get there. So yeah, you can find that Aurelie. Does anyone have anything else they would like to pick up before they leave?
I'm gonna go rummage to the Joanna shop and see if they got new flowers.
Nothing new because it's been like a day. It's all the same stuff.
I don't want to talk with her again. Like in a really nice way, politely. I cannot stand old old Elvish.
Ah, thou hath returned. Yes, please come see the. Yes, Shakespearean Elvish. We love it.
I'm in armor. She don't recognize me. No.
That's true. So she's like, ah, yes, thou, hello, hi, how are you? No, but no, she does not try to speak to you, and when she does, it's like in that weird language because she doesn't know to respond to you in Elvish. So anyway, but there's nothing new. Do you want to get any plans before you leave? No. Okay. Well, I will ask once more just to see to weed out any last minute things. Anything else? Ah, Melded, you are here. You didn't miss a whole hell of a lot. Party just is making their way to the walkers, the platforms they're leaving out on Huron. Is there any last minute shopping you want to do before you leave?
I just want to make sure I get all the essentials that I need to cast spells and that sort of stuff. Other than that, no.
Okay, that's doable. And in that case, you guys make your way to the hangars where these walkers are again. The small group of army fellows that are going to be your guards for this journey load onto theirs. You're loaded onto yours. They just have like a, basically it's kind of like an airport staircase. They just kind of roll up to it, and you're instructed to just walk up on. There are a few seats and some railings so that you're not like wobbling around as it walks. They do kind of give you some warnings. They're like, hey, so this can get a bit rocky, just because suspension's not great. So just kind of like hold on to something and
I
sit down.
challenge my balancing axe.
Oh boy, this will be fun.
I get motion sicknesses.
God damn.
Kingsley Curtis doing this and is gonna totally try to show off.
Okay.
in front of party.
Okay.
How do I push him off?
Well, you'll get the opportunity.
Long
He's gonna
live
sit
the
down
king.
and be
I am
peaceful.
going to sit.
Fair.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. And so, those of you that want to take a seat,
Physics. I'm
do.
heavy. I just sit still.
Well, we'll see. And so, or you fall the hardest. That too. Um, and so you load on. They fire up the engine, and it's loud. Most of the things in Kingsport are like, they're magic based. So there might be like a light hum or like the crackle of fire. Like the airships, it's generally like the crackling of fire from the elemental within flowing throughout, but it's not like a, just loud engine. But this, they have to grab this crank. And so they like pull it and it's like, chun, 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 chun. Chun, 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 chun. And it's like if you've ever seen the inside of a World War One Mark V tank. That it's this giant crank. Yeah, well, tanks are my thing. So they they fire this thing up, and after probably the fifth or sixth crank, it's just this continuous spinning and popping and rumble that shakes the whole thing. And after a moment, guy sits down at basically the helm. It looks just like kind of like the helm of a ship, but made entirely of metal rather than wood. And begins messing with some levers and turning the wheel, and the legs begin to move, one raising after the other, and it's like a giant mechanical horse almost, and it begins to walk out of the hangar. We'll call them the army crew. They go first, as they're the ones who know the area a little better, so they are leading this expedition, and you head off to the north. Your destination, which I believe, and I'm going to double check, I believe I posted it in lore. It's actually, I just reposted the map of the area with basically the destination, as was put on a map that you were given. It is about, and it's the path to the ruins, it's about 73 miles from here to the northwest. It's gonna be about, because here's the thing, normally going on foot travel, normal pace, it's about 21 miles a day. Now that is going with the idea that you guys are stopping for rest and things like that. However, you don't need to do that with this. So you're going to be reaching there in about, let's see, do some quick math here. 73. You can get there in about 2 days, roughly. Because again, you don't need to stop for rest. Because you guys can basically just sleep the whole way if you wanted to and rest on the way. So that's that. They'll just be constantly moving. So unless something happens to stop your travel, it'll be about 2 days. So you get moving and you get to the edge of town. And as you are walking down the long street, people come out of their homes, they come out of their shops, they come out of every nook and cranny and watch as you go by. Some people wearing hats take their hats off and place them against their chests. And as you get to the edge of town, you see more of what looks like the guards. And all of them do a one-handed salute, differently to the ones, Zernus, like you'd be familiar with. Normally like a hand over the chest. This is more of just a hand up, sort of diagonal next to their head and next to their body. And they all stand and just watch as you leave. And it's kind of funny you say that, Jocelyn, because that was entirely the plan. A tune starts to play from a horn. It is a single horn echoing off into the distance. And it is slow, it is somber. It's kind of sad, but a little eerie. Da, 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 da. And it just continues in loops. It's kind of eerie, echoing out into the distance. It's off, but it's you head out. And like hitting a wall, you hit the fog. The fog isn't gradual. It's not a thing where you gradually make your way in. It just hits. And it's there. And it gets a little bit chillier. And you go to make your way. So I'm going to ask, as a group, I'll let you choose who does this for the first leg of this journey. Because even though it is only 2 days, there will be a few checks that'll be made throughout this for the travel. For the first leg of this journey, who is going to helm the travel? In terms of like, because you'll have to make a roll, kind of like what we did getting here, but rather than having you each do something, you get to decide who does the first thing. And only one of you will get to do something. So, who wants to helm the first leg?
I have my I got us here. Well,
I will
collectively.
also offer.
Yeah.
I'm
The
just dying to hear what
technology
Joseph's reaction to that send off was.
We'll get there.
the tech
Wait. I have an idea.
Okay,
Rock, paper, scissors.
there you go.
Whoever like wins rock, paper, scissors is the one who does it first. Over offer.
I was going to
Mine.
ask. The technology is different, obviously, to that of Kingsport, but is there any like sort of general understanding we could have for those of us who have experience with technology or around technology?
Technology regarding to these walkers specifically?
Yes, or at least like controls for some sort of mechanical mode of transportation.
So I don't know that it would be super familiar to any of you. I think Wick would be the only person who maybe would have any understanding because having more mechanical rather than arcane knowledge. However, I will say in terms of the travel right now on this, there is somebody at the helm already, but you could attempt to assist them. But I don't know otherwise that anyone else would have any information because there's nothing arcane about this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say Wick would probably be the only person who would have any understanding.
I wanted to say Zernas might because his father, and then remembered anything Zernas touches that his father makes often falls apart.
That
he
is
just has the
true.
undo button.
That is a thing you have said, yes.
Doofenshmirtz self-destruct button.
Yeah.
It's on the walker's foot.
Oh.
First step.
I could do it first. I don't even. I could try.
Wick, are you
Yeah, do you need me to
volunteering?
kick you over to the helm again?
Wick's gonna
I
grab
can
by the
help.
shirt collar, you bitch.
Okay.
Oh, sure. See?
Because
And then she let go.
I will say that basically what you're essentially getting is one, whoever is chosen will say if Wick you're volunteering, you can do something and then someone can help. I know Aurelie, you said you'd be willing to help, so that would basically be giving you advantage on the roll for whatever you're doing. So in that case, Wick, what do you want to do to assist in this beginning leg of the journey? You've just left town.
I didn't really have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Get home with like I don't remember.
If anyone else has any ideas, they
You're
can put
doing
it
great.
forward because this is a group discussion. It's just Wick would be the one doing it in this scenario. So it is a group discussion. You guys can decide together what you want to do.
As far as
Like,
I'm
we
aware, we
have-
were just told to go to somewhere. We didn't make a plan.
My contribution to this conversation is casserole.
And there is food. There is casserole.
There are also like pastries.
There are, yes.
Not for
Oh,
long.
yeah.
Where did he go? Where did he go?
Right now, here, Zernis, I had them made for you.
Does he yell out, "Whoever has food, watch it! The rat's gone!"
It's just sitting eating a fucking sandwich. Now I'm drinking here.
Okay.
So
Question:
Yes.
Are flares a thing?
That would be something of equivalent. Yeah, basically, yeah. Something that causes a reaction that generates light.
Can they be
Cool.
called light pops?
Called what?
Light pops.
Light pops?
Instead of
Sure.
fairies, they call them light pops.
Sure, light pops.
What's our visibility in the fog, like distance-wise?
It is a
What
20-foot 20-foot radius. I will say
Okay.
in front of the walker, it's closer to 40 because they have the big light. Which normally light and fog makes it harder to see, but it seems like they have created something because this isn't just light. There's something else there, but you're not quite familiar just at a glance. That does part the fog. No type of wind or anything involved. It's just there's something there that is allowing them a little bit more visibility. So that's something of note. Now, Wick, if you do not have any ideas, we can pass it to someone else. Unless you do.
Yes, because my brain I didn't get this far with my brain cells, so
That's fair.
I'll see it.
So, who would like to helm the first leg then? And Aurelia, you said you'd be willing to help with whatever it is, so I'll figure whoever is helming gets advantage on their roll for whatever they do.
I'll be keeping my eyes and ears open for anything that is other than the two mechanical devices we are on.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make me a perception check then with advantage.
Cool.
Add a D4 to it.
Add a d4. There you go.
Cool. I'll take it. Math is hard. Hold on.
That's fair.
Respect.
Dirty 20.
I apologize. What was it again?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. So you start to look out across what visibility you do have. Kind of moving to the different edges of the walker to be able to look. For reference, these things are about 25-ish feet tall. They're generally pretty tall mechanical creatures or mechanical devices. And so you can just barely see the ground. Not quite, but kind of. You can you can tell the ground's there, you can gauge distance, but you can't really see it super clearly. But you don't see anything down there, although something of note is looking toward the ground. It goes from grass to sand very quickly. Heading more inland, you see what looks like sand. And you start to make your way further in, because this is for the first few hours of the journey. Looking around, transitions from grass to sandy grass to just sand. Looking out in the edges of the fog, you don't see anything except the other walker, which from your perspective is about half in, half out of your visibility. It's kind of like right on the edge. Something of note from the other walker is a lot of these military men seems to have set up like a card table and are playing cards. They seem genuinely kind of bored. You get kind of the vibe maybe they've gone on journeys like this quite often. Expeditions, because you'd been told there were expeditions into the fog occasionally. And so they're setting up playing cards on this wobbly thing, the table's sliding occasionally, they got to fix it. And you guys continue on. You do not see anything out of the ordinary, other than, or hear anything, or smell anything, other than what should be there. For the first little bit of this journey, things are fine. During this time, you see Richard Hardy's kind of getting himself set up, planting his legs more firmly onto the ground. He's not sitting, he's just kind of like plants his feet and is just kind of standing there.
He loaf like that.
Oh, No, not right now. Later, maybe. But he does plant himself, and with his camera people, they seem to be kind of wobbling, but like their legs are wobbling, but they're keeping the cameras like really straight, as if they're in like a gyroscope. Um, and he's like, all right, do I look okay? I look fine. Um, and then he does take his jacket off, and similar to what I'm currently wearing, under his suit jacket, he has like feather poof on the one shoulder. He has on his arms bracers and what look like boxing wraps. Um, and he's just kind of getting himself cleaned up. You don't know if the boxing wraps are for show, just to make himself look more like cool than he is out in the wastes, or if like he can actually use them. You don't really know. They look really poorly done, that's for sure. But
Mhm.
he's just kind of getting ready for the aesthetic. He kind of smears a little bit of dirt in his face. Um, and guys, continue going. Any conversations you want to have during this first leg of the journey?
I wish to check on Invisible Man.
Okay. Pretty close, pretty like near the beginning of this journey, the invisibility drops, and he still has the hat on and still looks like himself because the attunement isn't done yet. So he's kind of like in the corner of the thing, and then just poof, and then he's there. Um, and he's just kind of looking at you guys like, oh god, I thought that would last longer than it did. And he kind of like sidles up next to, I'll say, Galliard, because you're other human, or at least you look human. He doesn't know for sure, but you look human. So he kind of sidles up. He's like, hi, this is awkward.
Hello. It's I have a lot of questions, and I don't want to overload you, but I also have a lot of questions. I really want to know some stuff.
Okay.
He talks like that a lot.
Okay, good to know.
Oh yes, I hear
Oh,
it's quite incessant.
man, you are, yeah, okay. Go, question away. At least I give you 3 questions you can ask right now. I get overloaded very easy.
Me too, don't worry.
Oh, so do I. I mean, that also happens to me.
Oh,
So I mean, like,
wow.
as long as it's like okay, that's fine.
Yeah, three questions. You can ask questions later. I'm just saying for right now, 3 questions.
Oh, all right. You were a soldier. What exactly were you like? What were you? What were you fighting? That sort of like thing.
Oh, that's 2 questions. But I'll give you the answer in one. I'll only charge you 1 question. So, I
Oh,
I was a grunt. I just I was just infantry. Um, uh, I mean, what was I fighting? He kind of looks over towards Zernus. People like him. I mean, I wasn't
You see
always.
his like head drop.
I mean, no hard feelings. Obviously, things have changed, but back, when I guess I was from, uh, I mean, I wasn't always a soldier. I was just, I was a civilian. I lived on a farm with my family, and then there was attacks, and attacks down south, and we were told that we had to defend our country, so we did. And I was enlisted. I wasn't even in that long before I ended up wherever I was. At least I don't think I was out that long.
I see. Sorry, you said something about because I asked like the questions weird, and I understand that can throw people off. Was that like one question or
That
2 questions in
that was
one, or is that
one
like
one
two? Or...
question. You have 2 questions left.
Oh, okay. Then my question about that doesn't count as a question, right? And that one
Yes.
doesn't count either.
I
I'm
mean,
just
do you
gonna
want
like
them to count?
gently grip his
No.
shoulders and just slightly shake Galliard.
Ah.
All right.
Okay. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. You have 2 questions.
Second question. You said country. What was it like? The place you were from before? What was it like?
Well, that's a loaded question. Some people would say it was the greatest country on earth. Some people would say it's pretty terrible. But in my opinion, it is a country where there was a lot of possibility, but it wasn't always given to people equally. I had a pretty good life, good parents. I bought some land and started a farm with my wife and kid. But not everyone was so fortunate.
I see. I see.
You're very strong.
This isn't a question. Yes.
Yeah.
Like Zernus, my friend, said.
Yeah, thanks.
This isn't a question. This is like a pontification, if you will. Like, I
Okay.
wonder if there's any sort of like more information about this country that you're from, or if there's anything like, hey, do that. That's pontification. That's thinking out loud. However,
What is
there
USA? You said.
that doesn't
um,
count.
What does it
well,
mean?
no, that's not one of your questions, but I'll answer it. The
Good.
USA stood for the United States of America. It was a country where I was born and raised, and I don't even know if I'm technically still there. Truthfully, to be entirely honest with you, this could be somewhere entirely different. I have no idea.
You said something about Altney being something that, like, looks down at is like something about die knees.
Uh,
Something about knees. Are your knees okay?
it was a theme park.
A what?
A theme park. Roller coasters. Do you not have those? You probably don't have those. It's okay. You would get on rides, and they'd have like a theme, and then you would like go through, and it'd be like a movie. You guys don't have movies for reference. It kind of sees the confusion. It was supposed to be a place of fun. It was the most magical place on earth, is what they called it.
Oh, but there's no
That's
magic
not
there.
true.
What's Earth?
Oh god. Oh, this is interesting. I'm not qualified for this. And he kind of just he slumps down against the railing.
It gives dog Sock pet, and Sock just puts his paw on his lap.
At least dogs are the same.
He speaks.
Kingsley's going to
What?
approach at the mention of dogs.
Yeah.
You like cats?
Oh, I love cats. Hey, my buddy looked kind of like you.
Hands. Mungungus.
That's not a cat.
Oh god, what are you? Why are its eyes like that?
Don't know. It's kind of a cat.
Is it gonna eat me?
No.
Maybe.
It
We haven't
only
figured
eats
it out
cherry
yet.
pies, as far as I know.
Only likes
I
cherry
haven't
pie.
seen him eat
Me too.
anything but cherry pie.
Me too, buddy. Me too. And just kind of pets Mungdungus. I like cherry pie too, buddy.
Yeah, would
It's
you
okay.
also like hand him rat? Everyone give every emotional support animal. Drasen, come here. Picks him up.
That's a person. That's not a.
That is a person.
Pulls
I'm
out
okay.
You'll have to forgive him. He's quite like this.
What was that about your buddy?
Oh, yeah. Devilborn, like you.
See, told you.
I'm just gonna sit there for a second. Obviously not taking that very well.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is he? And where the hell did you find him?
Hi,
I
I'm
know
Joseph.
where you found him.
Yeah. Hi.
Were they there when were you there when the note was read?
Kingsley and Drasan, you guys were present. Well, you had to distract Richard Hardy, so you knew you guys were leaving. I don't think you were present when it was written or read, and you guys didn't go upstairs. But I know you were told, at the very least, that you guys were leaving.
Yes. like we were told about there
We
being
were there when the
someone
note was
there
read.
Okay.
and all that shit, but like Kingsley's more so just offended as shit that he was called Devilborn and wants to know why the fuck this guy is calling him that.
His Zernas
He's
is just
from a
like
time before.
long before time had a name.
As you guys are talking, he kind of has a look of realization. He's like, "Oh, I meant no offense. That's just when you guys first started popping up. We didn't have a name for you. That's what people called you.
They're called tieflings. Just for future
Tieflings?
reference.
Okay, tieflings. Again, no offense. You literally. Anyway, it's a whole historical thing. We could go over it later.
You
I
know
know very
history?
little. I was there.
Aslan flashback. Sorry.
Yeah.
Kingsley's going to set a hand on Joseph's shoulder. You know, if you ever die, I have someone for you to meet.
Oh no.
Stop scaring him, Kingsley. Or
You
I will
know-
throw you off this.
Who? I have
Hopefully
to
you
know.
don't die, but
I feel like that's sarcasm. I feel like there's sarcasm in those words.
Yeah.
no,
No,
there's
there
not.
is.
There's
If
always
there was
sarcasm in those
sarcasm,
words.
you would know. But seriously though, you
This
should meet her
group is
sometime.
very
She might like you.
interesting.
She likes knowledge.
Oh, that's ominous.
It just like it gently pats
she's a-
him, like pushes everyone away. Okay, we'll stop interrogating the
She's
poor man who just woke up.
I'm gonna look at Richard and mouth like,
I
"Are
still
the
have one
cameras
third
rolling?"
question.
He just kind of looks at you. No, not yet.
Okay. She's kind. Do you want me to tell him?
I think he
No.
doesn't know what magic is. He's still getting used to that idea.
What?
Well,
Oh. Yeah, right. Yeah.
like tell him more about who he could meet if he dies.
Yeah, but like, if I was to wake up and I'm learning like magic, for example, I don't think I want to be told that specific amount of information.
Kingsley's immediately going to turn to Joseph. Have you ever heard of gods before?
Oh
Like
God,
middle
Kingsley.
school?
I heard of God.
Yeah.
Like-
Kingsley, stop.
There's
Not yet.
about
Listen, if I were in his place, I would want the info dump. At least
Yeah,
then
but
I
look
would
at
understand
him.
where I
He
am.
looks so
there's
tired.
more than 10 of them.
There's a lot of them.
Oh, like Zeus?
There are two.
No.
Odin?
Like what?
Ra?
No, like
Are these like predecessor gods?
Different
Emos
from your god.
and
Oh,
Dramuts and
oh.
Zekali and
There's a lot.
Mhm.
there is a lot.
Are they like? Wait, hold on. You're so okay. I gotta ask because there's magic apparently. Are these like gods, as in there was a scripture written that someone read at one point and then said they were real, or is
No,
this like
we
you've
met
met
them.
them? You
No,
met
they're
them.
real. We've met
Oh,
them.
They're
okay.
real.
Oh.
That's why
Yeah.
we're
He
here.
realizes that
actually.
he's on a group full of loony people.
He's
Several
just
weeks ago.
kind of like, oh god.
Yeah, I'm gonna take out that
God's
scripture and I'm gonna like write down what I can see on it and try and show him.
So you write down what you can see. What language are you writing it in?
I'm literally copying what it says, like the move,
Yeah.
you know how you trace over an image. I'm doing that with in my journal.
Okay, so whatever language it's in, you're doing that. Got it.
It doesn't help, does it?
Do you show it to him and he just kind of looks at it and goes, I don't know what that says.
Oh, I have an idea.
That's what the gods wrote.
Do you know what Christmas is?
They still have Christmas?
No, we don't know what it is.
Wait, can you tell us about it?
Oh god, I don't want to
You
remember
saved
certain
it.
plans.
You saved. Oh my god. It's like,
Apparently.
okay, so Christmas, right? It's this thing where a man named Santa Claus comes down and gives you like
like
tons of
Santa
presents
Claus?
if you're good. No, Santa Claus, not Santa Claus.
Does he have like tentacles on his face? We've met him as well.
Like he like wears like the weird funny hat and like the weird clothes with the red, right?
It's
And the
it's
sleigh
Yeah,
with like
yeah,
the
it's,
And the
tentacle gear.
tentacle
Didn't
No.
we
monster.
fight someone named Santa Claus?
Yeah, we did. He tried to eat me. He did eat me.
He
saved me.
describes
Wait, no.
what Santa Claus looks like, and you all realize that's what the giant monster you fought was.
So the thing is, the Santa Claus was corrupted and became a giant monster.
Not Santa.
Yeah, there was a replacement though that took over.
Yeah, there was a
Santa.
good version of him. Points to Kingsley. He was a lot more rugged and quiet.
Oh,
Quiet. He was very quiet.
Was he quiet?
He didn't speak.
I've got like 2 out of character questions
yes.
about the old ass rat. Does he know what the United States of America is, and does he know what Christmas
Do you know what was the second question?
is? Christmas.
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Okay. I actually have
Please, no, yes.
proficiency in history. I don't know what that does for me.
It gives
but
you
good.
a
You know
better
more.
plus. Yeah, it gives you a better
my
plus, so
God.
higher chance of rolling high.
I'm sorry, Josh.
Yes.
2 years ago, you and I did that stream about Smash or Pass.
Ah, nice.
This day, 2 years ago.
Oh
That's
God,
great.
no.
Oh,
Love
Wait,
it.
so what am I rolling for this?
History.
if you know what these are.
A history check.
Okay.
So it'd be a d20 plus the history modifier.
I don't know what that is. I
It
don't
would be
have
your
anything.
intelligence modifier plus your proficiency modifier, which is 3.
Yes.
Okay, well, my intelligence modifier is nothing, so +3. That would be an 18,
18.
which is good, but I should note he's not from America.
Yeah, he's from
I know a
Europe.
bit less about it.
French rat noises.
So that's funny because you are familiar with both of these things. Christmas because it was a worldwide holiday, generally, not everywhere, but a lot of places. And you know about the United States of America because even if you're
Florida.
even if you're not from there, they just love to put their hands in everyone's business.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, they
Sounds
do.
about right.
So
Oh,
you know about
boy.
them. The details are a bit fuzzy, but generally, some things were good, some things were bad. They were just another nation of the world. Sometimes acted a little better than they were, but hey, that's okay.
Oh yeah, I don't have a plate, but I have a casserole if you'd like some of it.
I'd fucking kill for some casserole right now.
I like to were we supposed to bring food?
Oh
Well,
no.
we
If
were
y'all
going
want
off
food,
on a
I can-
journey.
If y'all want food, I can create food and water.
Well, I have
Y'all
the
just gotta season
casserole,
it.
and I probably use my mess kit to give him some casserole.
Josh,
I
if you could
have,
please check your messages.
Yes.
It is a stream thing.
Oh, good to know.
I just want a muffin for some reason. Like whipped cream's a good ass muffin.
Galliard pulls one out of his bag because he stole a bunch of them that morning.
Hey, Josh.
Tosses it over to
Yeah,
Wick.
that place was nice.
It takes it and is
I'm
like
gonna send
sniffs
you a
it.
message in Kingsley's chat.
That's just fine. Also, Connor, the thing you sent me about it, I have you as high as I can. I cannot turn you any
Okay,
higher.
so that's a me problem.
Yes, it is.
I can't talk louder than that.
That's fair. I don't know. That is as high as I can turn you.
That's okay.
I can try to fix it though. Hold on. But anyway,
In your
yes.
settings, you could probably turn up your voice input.
Yeah, Connor, check and see if your voice volume in Discord is as high as it can be. If
How do I do that?
go into settings, voice and video.
Yeah.
And if not, I can just turn everyone else down, turn the overall volume up, and then just leave you the same.
It is as loud as it can go.
Okay, check the gain on the microphone. Where's that at? Where's the line? Is it left, middle, top?
Kind of middle left.
Turn it up a
Go
little bit.
more. Yeah.
Go more toward the middle.
More toward the right.
I have done.
Okay, I mean it's better. Yeah, that'll work. And then
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
not
think
like
we've
as
obliterated
it's
red
not as
light.
perfect as it could be. It's like there's a little gainy, but it's okay. I don't
Yeah,
care.
with gain, it's always a freaking issue.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, it's fine. Anyway, Kingsley chat, you sent me a thing. Yes, Kingsley does know about that, by the way. So sorry, there was you gave him casserole. What else was going on? Sorry, I had to deal with that. Give casserole. Was there something else? No.
Oh, Galliard gave one of the many muffins he stole earlier to Wick, as well as offered this Joseph person their choice from of the raspberry tarts as well as a muffin.
He looks so happy right now because you don't. I mean, he hasn't eaten in a while, so he's just like, this is the greatest.
Hey,
While he
Galliard.
eats, can I sit down and like go through my journal and just show him all the things that are off the island?
Sure, for sure. And so you show him, and he just is like enraptured in this. And
Hey,
yes,
Galliard. Can I ask a favor?
Yes, well, it depends on what the favor is, but yes, generally, yes. Why?
Can I have one of those tarts?
Uh, yeah.
He's
Why
going to
not?
attempt to do a trade with Mungdungus. You know what I mean, Josh.
okay. So Mungdungus is at this point still in Joseph's hands, and Joseph is eating, so Mungdungus is kind of sitting off to the side. And you hold out the. It's a raspberry tart, I believe it was.
Yes.
He's just kind of like sniffing at it. It's not cherry, so he's a little unsure. Kind of gives it like one of those little cat licks, is like, maybe. And then looks at you expectantly, as Cat does, and just kind of looking at you. What do you want me to do with this?
Kingsley is going to break a piece and eat it to show this is what you do with it. And then
Mouth opens unnaturally wide, goes around the tart, and what are you trying to retrieve?
you know what I'm trying to retrieve.
It was gobbled up and it was broken into pieces. It's not whole. So you so you your hand comes out, and in place of the raspberry tart is a clump of red and pieces of crust.
He's just gonna kind of sigh. I thought you
Mundungus
would
is
just eat it
pleased.
whole.
Never did. You saw him eat it in pieces.
I'm sat right. What is that?
In goes
he-
raspberry tart. Out comes red mush with crust.
Were you just trying to like, like how birds do? Are you doing something like that? Like,
I've lost my
No.
appetite for the next week.
Are you sure you don't want it, Zernus?
here I have Zernus, I have another fresh one if you want.
Okay,
Does he not
let's tell it.
digest
This
the?
He's just
A point to clarify. The red mush is not the same color as the raspberry filling that went in. The raspberry filling was like a kind of pinkish, a little bit purplish. This is like pure red, like scarlet red.
You know, this
One
help
can
is
only
kind of hard
Does
to
he
get
not
up.
digest what he? Huh.
Kingsley's just gonna look at Mungdungus, looks at the others for a second. You want to see something really interesting?
How
Sure.
interesting can he get?
I'll show you.
I think the
He's
word's
going to
terrified.
offer up the mush because he doesn't want anything to do with this.
Okay, takes the mush. Like no hesitation, Mungdungus just goes and just over your hand.
Like, this mush, I imagine, is like a giant red bloody hairball. That's why I'm disgusted.
Fun.
It
That's
is
great.
not.
It is not, but that's a great thought. So what are you trying to retrieve, Kingsley?
We mentioned a thing that he at some point
Yes.
decided that
You got to remind me what it is. It's been a while.
that.
Okay. So you see Kingsley's hand go in the cat's mouth and out. Describe what it is, Kingsley, as you
No,
pull
no,
your
no,
hand
no.
out.
You describe because you're really good at
Is
describing.
okay. Well,
I'm
you
getting
gave me
flashbacks
a
from
one.
June.
You gave me a one-word response. Is that I don't remember. Is that just like a plain anything fancy or just plain?
It was pretty plain. I don't
Okay.
remember it ever being fancy. It was
Okay.
just something he was going to try to sell later.
Okay. So hand goes in and out comes a sword. And it's like some people like they do the sword eating, but in reverse, and it's a cat or a pigeon rather. Is out comes just first you see Kingsley's hand, then the handle, and then the guard, and then the blade, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes until the sword's gone, and then Mungdungus just goes little burp.
Aw.
I'm gonna just like
Tiny
wrap my arm
applause.
around the poor freaking mortal and just like pull him closer and away.
Joseph is like eating the casserole and just looking really confused at Mungdungus, but does not stop eating.
How does
This is the
how
worst.
does that fit in there? Never mind, because look at you two, you're dating.
I don't know. I just randomly found out he could do this one day, and
You shoved a sword in him?
no, he ate it.
He ate a sword?
Mungdungus
I
is
don't
trying to
even
get the
let-
sword back.
I
Just
don't even
flying.
let stop-
Is it a cherry pie sword?
No, it's just
It's
a
a
sword.
long. Can I have it?
Huh.
Like, see what kind of sword it is?
Sure, if you want to fight Mundungus for it, because he's going to try to eat it again.
Oh,
He's
speaking
obsessed.
of seeing what kind things are, Galliard, you were going to do that thing with the various things.
Yeah, I can. I wanted to get my third question, but it's okay. I can do that.
He's like, go ahead, I'm listening. I can answer questions, or you can do your thing. It's fine.
Okay, might be a long shot because it's been a long while. You mentioned that you knew a wizard, Gandalf, and he was like a great arcane scholar.
Yep.
Do you know if
No,
like he
Freddie,
had any
no.
writing or like any sort of like text, something that might just, do you know anything more about him?
Here we go.
Have you ever heard of the Lord of the Rings?
Oh no.
No,
Here
I
we
don't. I
go.
don't know who he is.
You
No,
don't know who he is. Okay.
I'm studied in some history, but not that sort of ancient stuff, I believe.
Oh god.
Can you listen while you do the thing you're going to do?
Uh,
I want to fight the cat for the sword.
I think I can. Yes.
Okay. So
Is this
Galliard,
long?
wait a little bit.
like maybe 24 hours long, maybe.
We'll see. So what is Galliard doing, by the way? What was the thing
He's
you talked
using ritually. He's ritually going to cast identify on all the creepy stuff that we got from the creepy lady in the shop.
about? Got it.
Good luck wrenching the thing from Kingsley. He's not letting you have his.
Blake's holding her necklace of speaking themed bobbies.
I look at it like, when did you all get what? When did you all get these new things?
Yeah, you were somewhere
Oh, yeah,
else.
long story. Here, look at this, and he holds up like the book with like the like weird face thing. I got another
Stretched
one.
face.
I'm just gonna gently grab your
Is
shoulders.
it? Did Kingsley
Why are
get
you
something on his
carrying
own, or is it the thing that I gave Kingsley?
Oh yeah, there's two things that Kingsley got because you gave him the thing.
Yes, I gave him the necklace of adaption.
That's what it is. I would have to look at my stuff to remember what it was.
Yep.
And then he also has the where to go, glamour weave.
Yes. What I will say is you going through and casting identify on all of those, the things that are handed over anyway, they appear perfectly fine. They are what they claim to be. As for the books, they're just books. There is nothing strange about any of these books.
Yeah, she's just a
Other than how they look.
stand-up.
She's just
businesswoman.
really creepy,
Yeah.
but like the books are fine.
Okay.
And while you cast this, Joseph Stone, private from the U.S. Army, goes through and explains the entire story of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. He goes through
He
the
just like
whole
me
thing.
from the original.
he leaves out no detail. Like he doesn't have it, so
We're,
he's
we're
going entirely
entertained
off
for the
memory.
next like 2 days.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like he's just like
We're
so.
listening.
Yeah, and then there was this guy named Frodo. All right, and so Frodo, and, like he goes through the whole thing, and by the end,
Okay.
there's the rings. There's Sauron, Smog, a great like he
Everyone's
just-
like gathered around.
And at the end, he's like, "Yeah," and he sees how enraptured you are, and he's like, "Yeah." And guess what? Here's the craziest part. No one knows what happened to Gandalf.
Oh,
Just vanished. Came back to life and then vanished.
I mean,
That sounds like a wizard thing to do.
it is. It is. He came back to life. That's well,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily necromancy.
Necromancy.
I
Does
mean,
that
there's
mean a
also
lich?
Oh God, I have to shut down the bad thoughts because my thoughts told me make Gandalf the Lich. Big, throw out all of my campaign ideas, throw everything to the side, and make the big bad Gandalf the Lich.
Yes!
Gandalf the Decayed.
Oh
Why do
no!
we have to have one big bad? Just like several bosses. It's like Elden Ring.
Oh
they're all
god.
like,
Oh,
they're all
no.
like Disney-based characters or fantasy
I
characters.
don't want to fight Ursula.
I was
I'd rather fight a cursed Mickey Mouse than Ursula. Period.
listen. I was joking so hard, but then I think it was Aurelie who said Gandalf the Decayed, and I'm like, wait, but that's a great name. Okay, it's not happening. No.
Just like every single person in the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny.
Okay, so through that time he goes through and he tells you all about the Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit just goes through the entire story. Yeah, it's great. So enjoy that. You now have knowledge, and he
Do
talks
I-
about it like it's real.
We believe it because he's old.
You have no point of
Do
reference
I
to deny.
identify that sword?
The sword, which sword? The one from Mungdungus?
Kingsley.
You take a look at it. Do you want to have Galliard cast Identify on it, or are you just looking at it?
I think I was a head guard. I think I know what my swords are.
Okay. You pick it up. It's a long sword. Mungdungus does like fly over to you and is like really trying to get
I could
you.
just put my hand on his face, you know, like what you do with a cat, like put him to sleep. Like, just look at it.
He is just pushing against your hand, but like yeah. And you look at it, it's just a long sword, as far as
Does
you
it
can
have
tell.
any markings or just a long sword?
Just a long sword.
I could try to
Covered
take care of
in
it.
cat drool.
Surprisingly, no. There's like none on it whatsoever. No drool, not even a speck.
Not a cat.
It's dry. Kitchen, yeah. But like there's nothing on it at all.
How do I give you this back? You just like let my hand go.
Just
I
mouth
don't know if I
opens.
can support animal abuse.
Don't stab the kitchen.
I don't think I
Just
could.
Go ahead and give it back to him. He wants it.
How do I? Like, I'm gonna get Mungdungus to like sit on his hind legs, paws up, and like. Oh,
Wait, why don't you just like set it on the ground?
Gravity will do that. He shuts his mouth, just puts him down.
Drop it in. Just shuts his mouth and he looks very pleased. Little burp.
I wanted to identify that.
I swear to God, if Leaf turns out like you, I think I'm going to.
The tongue blep comes back and it just goes and flies back over to Kingsley. Sits down.
Kingsley's just gonna kind of look at him for a second. Look at Zernus. I wonder if he could eat a person. I've never tried to put something living in him before.
Josh.
Yes.
Wood dust.
No.
You hear Zernas just chuckle.
Oh no.
What?
You hear
You'll have to
Zernas
ask about it
just
later.
chuckle as he turns and is like, looks. Does anyone know how to sword fight?
Relic
Actually,
will
Joseph,
gesture
come
to
here.
his sword.
Hey.
Joseph, come here. I'm going to teach any who want to the basics in sword fighting.
There you go. And so you do some sparring for a bit with those who wish to join.
Yeah, sure.
I will say, oh, poof, sad. I will say, Joseph kind of is watching for a bit and is like, "Hey, could you like teach me a little bit? Because like I feel like," and he kind of like looks over to Maldet who offered the shotgun. It's like, I don't know that I'll always have that as an option. I don't really know how to use a sword.
Yeah,
so
come here, sure, come here.
He comes over and he's like,
I will hand him a pen.
Does he really not know hand to hand? Hand to hand is like
He
basic
knows-
U.S. Army.
he knows like hand to hand, and he could probably use a knife, but like a sword is a completely different beast.
I will hand him my dagger
Dagger. He's like,
that
okay,
I will
this is.
never use.
He's like, all right, this is more my size. But he does look at the
If you
pen and
take that
he's
pen-
like, why did you hand
Okay,
me this?
so hold it in a specific way. Hold it in your fist and point the clicky bit away from you.
Hold on. All right, that's low. He is going to flip it the entire opposite direction. Click, and it just shoots.
You know, safety feature. I made sure there's a safety feature on this.
Yeah.
You have to triple click it.
Triple click. That's true. He clicks once, and you like panic for a second, and then he's like, "Didn't do anything. It's pen."
Okay. So do it. I'll take his hand. Hold it correctly.
Like this. Okay.
Yeah, and triple click the top part.
Click, click, click. Oh.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
It's my sword. It's a gift from my
It's
father.
a gift from your father? No way. And you see him making connections in his head. He's like, no, this is the coolest thing.
Yeah, I'll let you practice with that. Just don't hurt yourself.
I think I'll stick to the dagger. It's okay. Although, what's your name? But what's your father's name by chance?
Hang on, I don't remember. I don't remember my dad's name.
Jeff? No,
It's okay. I don't remember Kingsley's father's name either.
Neither do I.
Let me Google Docs. Save me, please.
I don't have to know my parents' name.
True.
I'm here.
You don't have parents. Shush.
It's okay, Drasan. Now you do have parents. They're Kingsley's.
Hey.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say you have a dad.
Parents are dead.
Erden. Arden. That's how you say it.
Arden.
Erden.
Arden.
Erden.
Arden.
My dad's Erden Asaran.
God, it's slightly disappointing. Was really hoping for something else. But
What were you hoping?
here's your pen sword back.
Thank you. I'll put it back like on my belt. Do I have a dagger still, or did Sarai take that from
Oh,
me?
he got one from. He got the.
Yeah,
the
no, I
dagger
don't
from-
want to like use a sword against a dagger.
Oh, fair.
I'll just let him like hit my gauntlets.
I have
Do you want mine?
I have a few.
Who gave
again.
you a sharp object, Gellert?
I've always had a sharp object. he doesn't fight it.
My brain.
Hey.
I will train Buddy, and
Okay.
if he's confident enough, I will teach him in sword fighting.
He's got some training. He's still a little slow, still a little weak, but he's got a little more pep in his step since having some food and just being up and about for a little bit.
It's fine. I've had Galliard as a best friend, and I had to teach him how to use a knife.
Aw.
I'm quite good.
And so he seems decently competent. He doesn't really seem interested in the sword, but he definitely, after being given a knife, is like, yes, this is better. Surprisingly, and I did a roll for him here, surprisingly competent. Like, he doesn't look the type, he's a little malnourished, but you can tell just from his general, like, way he holds himself. He had some training. It doesn't seem, he still has stuff to learn. You have spent your life around weapons. And like he kind of alluded to, he wasn't always a soldier. It was a very like spur of the moment, dire emergency joining the army. But he still seems pretty competent around it. He enough to handle himself.
Yeah, I'm just very supporting like comments like, yeah, you got yourself, adjust your stepping, keep hitting, don't stop.
Okay. And after a minute, he's like, oh, I think I'm done. And those of you that wish to as well, feel free to join in. I do want to ask for this next leg of the journey, as we're getting about to that time. Who wants to helm this? It cannot be Maldet.
Let me touch let me touch them. I'm sure it won't fall apart immediately.
Touch what?
I want to touch the. Wait. I want to touch the. What's it? I forgot.
Like the helm, the controls.
Yes, the metal bits.
Does
are
anyone
definitely...
want to assist? Anyone want to help?
I feel like Galliard's going to, because like Xerxes has told Galliard multiple times about things that have happened. Whenever Xerxes touches things that are mechanical.
Okay, Xerxes, go ahead and make me. What are you trying to do is the question, because there's a one of the rat folk is currently using the controls to steer where you're going. So what are you? What is your goal?
Study him for a little bit and then like offer. I can do this.
I'm actually gonna need.
He's trying.
Studying for a bit. Go ahead and make me a persuasion check to convince this man to let you take over.
I do.
And you will get advantage because Galliard, you're assisting in this regard, at least assisting him with the... Well, how would Galliard assist in this scenario, actually? Because he's trying to convince him, would Galliard be on board with this, and would he assist? With that being what Xerxes is doing.
I mean, my first roll, regardless, is 24.
Oh, boy. Hold on.
I persuade you!
Oh, God. So Galliard, you are there, and you see Xerxes is just standing there studying the controls for a minute. It goes up, and what do you say to the rat folk? What do you say?
I can take control of this. You can go rest.
He looks at you. You see he looks a little tired. His carved grin betraying him ever so slightly. And he's just like, and he just kind of like stands up, and his bed is a little cot directly behind the controls that you see just swaying as it walks, and he just goes down and lays and just sways, and very quickly it's like it's rocking him to sleep. He just falls asleep.
I'd be given the controls of a giant metal thing.
Oh no.
Now, for a point of reference, it is moving forward on its own, even after he gets on the controls on a sort of like autopilot. But you did see him messing with things every once in a while. I need you to make me.
Hey guys, we're going on a road trip.
We break down. This is how we die out here.
It's gonna be the first encounter roll. I see.
What is your intelligence modifier, Xerxes?
0. I have a +0 to my intelligence.
Galliard, you see Xerxes sit at the controls. You said you wanted to help, correct?
Yeah, like he's been looking over, studying as well. It was kind of like, okay, that one does that. I can go here.
And Galliard, what is your intelligence modifier?
+5.
We'll round down. Xerxes, I want you to roll with advantage, adding a +2, just a flat intelligence check. So intelligence check +2. It's
Give
about
me my
halfway.
blue dice. They're lucky.
And it is with advantage because Galliard is assisting.
17 +2 is a 19. What's a 5? I got a 19.
Okay. 19 is good. So at first you're like, all right, no, this makes sense. I wait a little bit. I wait about this many seconds, and then I go chunk, and like you put that lever in this position. Then I watched him go this lever, this position, pull this one back. It's a little stuck, so you gotta kind of pull it a little bit, and then you turn the wheel this much, and then you continue, and it's like, all right, I think I got this, and you're generally doing pretty good. And Galliard, with your help as well, you guys are able to continue on. Galliard, you kind of see Xerxes occasionally, like you see there's a bit of confusion, like, oh god, what do I do next? And then you're like, It's this one
That
right
one,
here.
that one, that one.
Yeah, that one right there. And then
Is there any buttons that I'm not supposed to press?
God damn it.
there's a big red button with a triangle and an exclamation point.
Why would you put that with there? Was there? Why
Do
would you
you
put anything like that there?
do you want to press it?
Oh,
How far is this journey of it? Have we got like past the first day, or like
No.
we need halfway?
You're basically getting to the end of the first day at this point. So you're at
I
about
won't
the
press it
halfway
yet.
point. You won't press it
I
yet.
won't press it yet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Red
Okay.
buttons are my favorite.
I know. And so we'll say let's go to the third thing here. This will be basically getting towards the start of the next day. It's a given that you guys are kind of resting throughout time here. So this is kind of just happening around your rests. Rests are uneventful. You have some people when you guys aren't keeping watch, there are some people keeping watch. So that is no longer a problem. At some point during this third watch, Richard Hardy's going to let all of you know the camera crew is going to get fired up. Just to kind of get some B-roll is how he refers to it. Basically just getting some like shots of the scenery, just kind of the area around, the travel, just stuff like that, kind of panning the camera to you guys occasionally. For this third leg of the journey, who's helming and who's helping? It cannot be someone who's done already.
I would have put Drawson.
Well,
You,
I don't
work this. It's
I
a
have
learning
no-
opportunity.
And I will say you cannot do something someone has already done. So, for example, Drasan could not do just a simple perception check, looking around, and cannot do anything with the helm. It has to be something different.
Ah, shucks.
Yes.
Hmm.
Think outside the box.
Go
We do
out
have
of the
maps.
Throws him
machine.
off the
I
thing.
suppose
Yeah.
I could. Well,
I would like to say something as well. You can, in theory, if you wish to do so, because it would give you a better chance to do something, you can get off and get back on if you have a way to do so. These are not moving so fast that you could not keep up, especially you. But anybody could really keep up with them because they're not that fast. The reason it's so quick compared to walking, which would be about 3.5 days, is just because walking includes downtime for camping and things, where these go through the night. So they're about normal walking speed. They just go on their own.
well, man, ideas are hard.
I mean, if
But-
somebody else has anything, you know.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking of something. I suppose I could see if there's anything like after us by like lowering a invisible rope and trailing it behind us and seeing if anything grabs it.
Okay.
Because
so
I
just
know
like-
they talked about monsters around these parts.
True. So you're trying to essentially go fishing for monsters
Yes.
off the side. I love that. Okay. So you put your invisible mime rope over the side, right? And you just kind of like hold it. Do you do like the fishing pole thing where you just got like a fishing rod, or do you just like rope?
Yeah.
Just fishing rod, just kind of fishing for monsters. Time goes by. Nothing. And you do it for a bit, and it gets to the point where you're kind of like, all right, my arms are a little tired from this invisible rope. Maybe I'll let it go. And then you feel something. And it's in, like, you don't see anything. You can't quite see the ground behind you through the little bit of fog there. You can almost see it. And go ahead and make me a perception check, Drasan.
Oh, jeez, I'm terrible at these.
I got this.
Ta-da, we're dead. I'm glad I didn't push that button.
Ooh, yeah, that's a 6.
Oh no.
Like, you think you see something for a second, then you're just like, no, I'm seeing things. Movement in the fog, probably. And then all of you feel the thing rock for a second, the platform. A little more than just the standard, like, walking, just all... And you hear, like, something hit. And you
Like we're about
still
to get a
feel
mega
that being
thing.
pulled. But at first it was kind of pulling away. But now, you didn't feel it pulling for a second. It stopped pulling. And then it feels like it's pulling almost you toward the edge, but down. It's more pulling down than anything.
I think there's something under the thing.
Oh well, that's lovely. What is it?
Something.
I don't know.
Snake, maybe? Lizard?
Sounds like take a look. I want to see too.
Yeah, I don't think I can move from the helm yet, can I?
You can. You can. At this point, because this is like third leg of the journey, I'd say the guy
I'm
would
gonna
have taken
like
over
peer
again.
over the front where the helm is, like I've still got some control over it and peer over.
Here's what I'll say. I believe it was Wick. I heard you say you wanted to look. I believe I heard you first, so I'm going to say Wick. You do it with advantage because other people are looking as well.
It is perception, right? My brain's playing
Perception.
stroke.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so 19 on my perception.
19 on
With
your
that
perception.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you look over. All of you look over, but Wick, you kind of helm in this here. Looking over the edge, you see a flash of the little bit of light coming through against something. You actually notice something else as well. And all of you kind of noticed this, but it was just such a gradual thing. It was like a little hard to tell. The fog's getting a little thinner. And as you notice that, and you see the glint of light down on the ground, you see what looked like a very long thing moving through, and you see the pattern of scales. And it seems to be looping around the legs.
Oh.
Someone shoot it!
Pulls out her pistol.
Okay, you pull out your pistol. Do you take a shot?
Wait, what's going on?
Oh, so at this point there is something with scales wrapping its way around the legs of this thing as it's walking. It's kind of like to give you, well, I wish I had a map. I'll give you a better description here. It isn't, because this thing is still moving. And so what it's basically doing is kind of just circling while staying just a little bit ahead. It's big enough. It's encircling the whole thing and just kind of moving with the walker.
Well, as Jonas says to shoot it, I suppose if Wick is shooting it, I will shoot a firebolt at it.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I want all of you to roll up an initiative, and then we will go in that initiative, and all of you will get one, basically like a surprise round. You'll all get to do an action, bonus action movement before this. I'm not going to be too much of a stickler with movement because you guys are all on this platform. It's mostly just going to be action and bonus action, unless you want to fly. And then, of course, you'd need to keep track of some movement.
I believe.
Oh, by the way, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, I believe, has +3 to initiative.
Okay.
Oh, good. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Because it is Dexterity mod plus Jack of all trades.
I was going to say, yeah, don't forget Jack of all trades, because I always forget that for bards.
And that's a D20 roll?
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Zernus, what's the highest your initiative can be?
24.
I'm better.
That's really sweet of you. I'm glad you. Yeah. I'm my son.
Radioactive Purple Rat Baby and Zernus.
I have +4.
You have +4. Okay, so we'll just say you go first because you have the higher dexterity. To be.
Oh my god, Kingsley.
Oh no, Kingsley.
This is great.
Father, no.
Oh, and don't forget a sock and Mundungus.
So they
What
do.
is Sock gonna do?
They do go on your turns. I will say
Oh,
that. They,
okay.
Yeah. So you don't need to roll for them, but don't forget you have them because they might be able to do something.
They can do stuff.
Because even if they can't attack directly, Sock, for example, can like give you
The help
The
action.
help
help and
action.
things like that. Yeah. So there are options. Wow, some of you rolled great and some of you rolled really low.
Wait,
Heh.
is the other crew on the other mech aware of our situation as well, or no?
You don't
Oh,
know
they
yet.
died
They
a long
have.
time ago.
They haven't done anything to signify that they do know. But you guys are literally just noticing this and acting, so they may notice, and soon they just haven't done anything to show they have. However, I will roll them an initiative just in case.
Oh, and Wick, Ghost, are you
Yes.
around?
I'm here, don't worry.
There's an initiative going on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
roll
Wick.
initiative, child.
Wick did an initiative.
Yeah,
Did they?
they did.
Yeah, 7.
They rolled a 7.
Yeah, they just
And
Oh,
then we
really?
just got a really now.
Yeah.
There we go. Which, ooh,
see
I'm
that
really
on my
good.
initiative. I can shoot, but I can't roll. That's
And I
just
was
great.
Now, do I shoot or do
You
I
know, if you
cast
shoot
daylight on
enough,
the giant serpent?
accuracy is not important.
If I shoot well enough.
That
No,
is
just
true.
many bullets. If you just shed a bunch of bullets, it doesn't matter about
Do I
accuracy.
have a rifle to do so? No.
No, it's
Wait, did I
a
grab the rifle before leaving? I don't remember.
I mean, I would say because
David-
you
Yeah,
guys
it's
had
up in the
decided
session,
that you wanted to pack up everything. So
Yeah, we packed
I
up
figure
stuff.
you got everything.
Yeah.
We got your stuff, Melda. Don't worry.
So that is the initiative. So there we go.
dear.
Now, the serpent and the crew rolled really low. So I'm gonna say,
Does Richard go with the army crew?
yeah, I'll just put him on there, or I'll put him in on his own initiative because he's got a whole slew of things he can do. So he ends up. Actually, he is the same as Wick in initiative. However, Wick goes first because Wick is a player. So there we go. That is the initiative. Again, you guys all get like a thing you can do in the beginning before the actual combat starts. Zernus, you are up first. You are aware of this thing's presence. So what do you wish to do?
What can I do? I don't think I have anything to range apart from lightning lure, and that brings things closer to me. It can't be that bad, right? I'm gonna hit it with lightning.
This is how he dies.
Okay.
Yep, I get eaten by another thing.
So, is it a save? Is it an attack roll?
I need the thing to make a strength save.
Strength save? Okay, that's going to be a 14.
My thing is at 14.
Your DC is a 14?
Yeah.
Okay, so it does succeed. Does it have any effect on it if it succeeds?
Choice you see the range target must succeed in strength. It doesn't say anything about damage. I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
What are you
if it
casting?
takes damage regardless,
Lightning
lure.
lure.
If it did take damage or anything would happen, if it succeeded, then it would say. If it doesn't, then no effect. So you
Okay.
go to cast lightning lure, lightning leaping out of your hand.
I
and
mean,
it just
hey, everyone now
vanishes.
sees what I'm firing at.
Yeah, so even the other crew, the army crew, kind of looks over, is like, "What's going on?" You hear some commotion. Card table gets put, thrown to the side real quick, and they seem on alert, trying to figure out what's going on. You watch as the lightning seems to just dissipate in the fog. You're not sure if that's because it's something with the fog or if it just saved you. You're not entirely sure, but it goes where it is, and then it just dissipates.
Bonus
So,
The stock can't do anything either, except for help someone who needs it.
Okay. So in that case, it'd be over to radioactive purple rat, baby. What do you want to do?
Okay. There's not much I can do considering I don't have a gun, and
True.
that's
You have a gauntlet,
not people.
so you can cast your cantrips.
Yes, you are able to
Yeah.
cast
Yeah,
spells.
that is kind of.
You could vicious mock.
You're a short
Can I vicious
fucker and
mocker this
nobody
thing?
likes you.
Yes.
Can
I
vicious mockery
mean-
anything.
Bro, you
Let me
haven't
take
shed
a
in like 15 years.
quick look-see at him.
You can squeak angrily at anything you want.
Yeah.
only I hear
I mean,
what you
yeah,
actually
sure.
say.
So,
Well, I mean,
do you?
I'd have to squeak it.
Yes, vicious mockery
well.
specifies that they need not understand you.
Yeah, as long as it can hear
Yeah.
you, it
They
doesn't
just
need to
need to hear
understand you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll cast vicious mockery.
Okay, and so you just weave into the angriest, most vile, squeaking words you can imagine. You send this energy in its direction. It needs to make a wisdom save. That is a 5. So,
Wow.
so you
I just turn and look at my son like, what the
and it, like, you can't see its face at the point in which you do it. However, it does take damage, so go ahead and roll that.
It's 2d4, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
1d4.
1d4.
Sense?
2d4
Oh,
Because it upgraded,
level
right?
5.
Yeah,
Sweet.
level 5.
level
So it's
oh
2D
yeah.
2d4 now.
Okay, you're right.
And it'll have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Oh, joy.
So that
That's
could
a
be helpful.
4.
A 4. Okay, and so there doesn't seem to be any, like, visible reaction because you can't really see its face, but you imagine it's very offended. Anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus action?
Bardic Inspiration
Because
is a bonus
Bardic
action.
Inspiration is a
Never
bonus
mind.
action, yeah.
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, who do you want to give it to?
I guess I'll slide it over to Aurelie since he's going right after me.
Okay. And so you see Aurelie getting ready to do something, and so you send the Bardic Inspiration that way after offending the serpent. And
I was like, where did you learn those words?
Oh, you taught him better.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberry.
no. And so Aurelie, you feel inspired. What would you like to do?
So does it look at the moment like it's surprised? Like it's gonna continue moving upwards? What is it doing?
It's if to get any more information on it, because you can't really tell at the current moment. It is, you know where it is, but you can't see any face or anything like that to really discern anything like that. If you'd like to use your action in this first sort of surprise turn, we'll call it, to do like a search action, I can give you some more information. But just off of what you have now, that's really all I can give.
That's fine.
You want to use search action? Okay. So go ahead and roll a perception check then.
Okay.
Because some things have happened, so you might be able to gain a little more information.
A natural 20.
A natural 20. Okay. So what I can tell you, because you see a little more than before. One, because you're now engaged with it and are like focused on it, and two, just because better roll. You can see that it's it could do one of two things, you know, immediately. One, it could try to almost trip the thing. Just kind of coming up a little bit and getting in front of it, and then when it takes a step, it gets caught and falls. So that is one option for what could happen to the walker here. The other option is it could attempt to constrict the legs, just basically like squeezing its body inward, which seems to be what it's heading more towards doing, because it kind of is, as you move, doing like circles and getting closer and closer. If it does that, it's going to end up being the same result. Regardless of which route it goes, it would basically be tripping and making this thing fall. So that is something that is going to happen. Also, Connor, I know you said you have to go. That is fine. I will talk to you later. So that is kind of what you get, really. That as far as where it's heading and going, it seems like it's basically just trying to take this thing down so it can get the people that are on top. It hasn't made any other moves to indicate anything else.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to do as a bonus action?
Oh, it's hurt, right?
Sorry, did you ask if it looks hurt?
No, is anyone here hurt?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we've all been long resting.
Some combat music.
I will prepare. Or I'm gonna. Can I walk up to anybody? Like, is anyone within 5 feet of me?
Oh
Can I
yeah.
get close to anyone?
You can get to anyone on the platform.
Okay. I'm gonna just surround myself with as many people within 5 feet of me as I can.
Okay, that's doable. I'd say honestly, you can probably get everyone within that range. All of the party members and stuff, anyway. Probably Richard. Yeah, I'd say everyone that's in initiative, other than the other army crew. So you can definitely do that. And was that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. So next up would be Maldet. Maldet, what would you like to do?
Do I see its face?
No. You have not seen that yet.
What I am. Okay, so I can either hold action until I see its face, or... You know, I'm gonna try something. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna read the spell specifics. If it says it has to understand me, then I won't do it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So it has no effect if it doesn't understand anything. Bye. Well, let's see. Dang. I don't know what to do. I was basing this whole turn on if I could see its face, I'm doing this.
Gotcha.
Now I don't.
You could, I guess. Yeah, because you can't really with the positioning of it. None of you have seen it. You guys rolled pretty high on perception. You get the idea that just wherever it is right now is somewhere you can't see. An unnatural 20 did not see it. A 19 didn't see it. So wherever it is, you can't see it.
There's the spell that I took. Where is it? Nope, not that one, not that one, not that one. I guess I'm just going to... Nobody's injured. We already clarified that, correct?
Correct. Everyone is uninjured.
All right. Fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna just pull out. Well, first off, did it? No, I never gave Joseph the gun again. Is it an action to give Joseph the shotgun?
No, I'd consider that a free action, like an object interaction.
I'll just throw that over to him so he has something with range.
Okay. Catches it
And,
and nods.
I am going to shoot it with the weapon I have, the other weapon.
The fun.
Psycho
By
pumps.
now Joseph would be able to hide himself, disguise himself as something.
True. And see, he doesn't. I don't know that he knows. Like, he feels something, but he doesn't know what it means. So he's just kind of like,
He's like, what is
yeah.
this?
He's not aware of his power.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna fire with psycho pumps.
Okay. And so you aim down at it, and you basically have to like lean half over the railing and shoot down, and the kick is immense, but you can kind of use the railing to steady it, so you don't go flying.
Yeah, I was hoping if I could stick the like legs in the railing so it doesn't throw me off the side.
Basically, like lock your legs, lock your arms in there, like loop your arm under and into the grip, and then just fire. So yeah, go ahead and roll the hit.
So let's see. I pull it up. Okay. Ooh, hopefully that hits. A 15.
A 15 does hit. It's, despite the fact you can't see like its face or anything, it is quite easy to see its body at this point. As the fog is beginning to thin a bit, and you're already aware of its position at this point, you kind of see it, and you're like, easy to hit. And you aim, you shoot, and you watch it hit. And how much damage is that?
Let me find my 12. Don't use that one often.
Fair.
There it is. A measly 3.
3. Okay. And so you fire, and it hits its hide. And what's interesting is when it hits, you don't see a spray of blood. You don't see anything. You see the impact, and you watch the bullet like it hits, and you see the hole, but there's not like an explosion of anything. It just hits, and that's it. And you see a hole form, but there's no like, no entry wound like you're expecting. Anything else you'd like to do? Because I believe you do still have bonus action.
Yes. Bonus action, I am going to... Can I do this? Well, damn, I should have done this first. No, that's actually only if they're within 10 feet of me. Yeah, I'll do... What is it? Divine Favor?
Okay.
Let me look at the spell specifics, see who I can cast it on, or if it's just on myself.
Okay.
Cleric 4. Yeah, I'll just do Divine Favor on myself. Weapon attacks deal an extra 1d4 radiant damage on hit.
Okay. You know, do me a favor. I'll say, because just didn't think of it. I'll say, go ahead and roll that for this attack you did as well. Just go ahead and add that extra damage.
Another 3, so 6.
Okay. I'll tell you that the radiance, because it is radiant damage, you said, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Does not seem to have any additional effect.
Cool, so it's not undead.
Correct. As far as you can tell, not undead based on that power of deduction. So that'd be your turn, Drasan. It's your turn.
I first said I was going to firebolt, but now I think I'm gonna do something more fun.
Okay.
I'm gonna mime.
Okay, you do still have it on the hook, by the way, unless you do something. So
Oh no. I already talked, so it's
Oh, true.
that
That's gone.
disappeared.
Yeah.
So, but I
Okay. And so I love the charades. I love this. And so you mime a bomb, lighter, light it, throw it over, plug your ears, and obviously you don't see anything go over, and all of you just see Drussen do this. Throw something and then cover their ears. Cover the ears. And
Everybody just
a couple seconds go by and there's nothing. And you're like, oh, maybe that one didn't. Go ahead and roll me 3d6.
okay.
Well, we solved our problems.
Ooh, that is 12.
12. Okay. So, two things. This is mostly considered fire damage. A little bit of it licks the legs, and you're like, oh, but it's mostly metal, so you're like, okay, it's fine. Um, the creature begins to burn, and you see the fire stick and catches. And it kind of illuminates its form for a minute in the area. And the section that's on fire is kind of looping a bit. But you see the scales are just an outer layer. And inside, you can't tell what it is for a minute. It's black, no, green. And then it's gone. And it's like looping around the side and out of sight. But it's burning. Anything else you'd like to do? I'd say that'd be your action. Any
No, I
bonus
think
actions?
that's good.
That's good. Okay. Joseph, looking at his new gun, and he's like, "Okay, it's a little different, but I think this is okay." Trigger, cool. Bang, and he just shoots down at the thing. Yeah, that's
the
gonna
fire
be.
shells are in it.
Fire shells are in it. Awesome. And so aims, fires, and it's gonna be a 22 to hit. Definitely. What did I tell you the damage on that was for the fire shells? Or for the gun in general?
2d8.
2d8. Could you go ahead and roll that for me? I don't have a couple d8 handy.
Yes. 6 plus.
I gotta get some out.
2, so 8.
8. Okay. And the fire, again, sticks and begins to burn the outer layer. The scales just sort of curling back like paper that's been lit on fire and revealing whatever this is underneath. And you get another look at it. There's twisting and writhing and just this movement of something underneath as the outer shell sort of curls and bends with the fire. This isn't just some giant snake, but you can't quite piece what it is. It's gone again. Wick, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh.
There is a serpent. What would you like to do, Wick?
It is your turn.
It is your turn,
Wicatha.
yes.
Have they died?
They might have. I don't know if they know they're muted. That might be the problem.
Hold on, I'm just gonna spam them.
Good idea.
My apologies for that. My mom had called me
Oh.
through my phone.
You're fine. You're fine.
Oh, shit.
So it is your turn. You can see the thing. Poof.
There they are.
Hello.
See that it burns.
Yes, you can see that the thing seems to be extremely susceptible to fire. Hello.
That-
Hi. Are you good?
I don't think they are.
I don't think so.
Yep. And
Nope.
Their device overheated, probably.
Got
Yeah.
it. Then in that case, when it is good. Hi. Hello. If you need a minute, I can move on and come back to you, or if you're good, it is your turn. Up to you. But I can come back if needed. For a week. Okay, we will move on and then we will come back.
Yeah.
Richard, it is up to him. What is he going to do? Okay, well, first off, he's going to jump over the side. And so you just watch as all of you are doing this, and you see Wick physically glitch in place for a minute. Joking, of course. But Wick's like getting gun ready or whatever, trying to like get ready. And then Richard leaps over the side, disappearing into the fog. And all you hear is, "Oh, hey, are you good?"
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll come back to you in just a second then.
Okay.
So Richard leaps over the side, disappearing. Or no, I'll say he'll land on top of the thing on like one of the burning sections and just starts to punch the inside. Yeah, we'll see if this hits. Okay. The first one kind of catches some of the fire and he goes, ow. And so that was a miss. But then the second one, okay. 16. And so he reaches inside and like just plunges his hand into the section that's been like burned away into the writhing mass, and he's just like, "It's bad. It feels real bad in here."
Is it organic?
Looks back down, maybe. And he's gonna flurry of blows. And he's going to just begin to pummel the inside. Okay, and how much is that total? Because that's a natural 20 on that last one. Okay, roll some damage. So that's a total, because it's that. I forget how much is it at this level. Okay. Okay, rolls weren't great. But with the natural 20, that brings the total to 21 damage for the 3 attacks that hit. So, pretty good. And he just begins to pummel the area that's been exposed. And with the last hit, just rips out some of it. And you can see it more clearly as he kind of holds it above his head. Doing showman for the camera. It doesn't look organic, but it looks like rotten plant matter. It's like blackened and browned, but it looks more like rotten plant matter.
Oh.
So today we'll be committing a large amount of arson.
Yes.
And that kind of, and it seems, because you're getting a better look because the fire is starting to spread, it almost looks like whatever this is crawled inside of a larger serpent's shed. You know how like snakes still shed their outer like thing? It looks like whatever this is crawled inside of that and is using it as like a shell. But now that you're burning it away. You could try. You want to try? I mean, hey, we'll see. So
it tries to eat me. I just stab it from the inside.
So Richard is going to. That's his turn. But he is going to use what movement he has left back to get back up on the platform. Just crawling up one of the legs. It's bad. It's really bad down there. I don't like it at all.
Does he smell at all?
Very pleasant, actually.
after just ripping. Okay.
But he always smells pleasant.
Oh.
He has perfume.
Why does my character now know what this man smells like?
You chose. That's all you. I didn't do that. So it is now over to Wick. It is your turn. Richard clambers back up, and it's your turn.
Yeah, I had a stroke, but I wanted to ask very quickly. Would I be able to infuse one of my spells into one of my bullets for my pistol?
Which spell?
Or would that require Firebolt?
And Firebolt is an action. You could, but you would not be able to use it this turn. I'd say yes, you could, but that'd be an action to do since it's a spell that has an action. So you would have to fire it next turn.
I'll fire it normally because I just wanted to ask, so just in case I could prepare another spell.
Oh, for sure. I would essentially, we would just play it like you were readying an action, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, definitely.
It's 25 to hit.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Wonderful.
And is this with the gun, you said, or with the firebolt?
Just with the firebolt alone.
Okay. And so you channel the fire energy and you're probably to whoosh down at the thing because you've seen fire is effective. So what is that damage?
The damage is 12 on the creature.
12. Okay, and so 12, I'll tell you, you guys have figured out fire's pretty effective. So it's vulnerable. That means it takes double damage from any source of fire. So that is 24 that it takes. And so you shoot the fire down and it hits one of the spots that's like already kind of licking with flame a little bit, but hasn't been fully burnt. Just you ignite it and you just watch it peel. Again, watching the outer area peel back like paper. And yeah, it's burning. And you see some of the fire starting to make its way inside as well. Okay. It's over to Galliard.
Galliard takes a staff in two hands, kind of looks at the wrist racers that he has. Seeing that it's worked with everyone else, hopes that it still works for him. Kind of nervous with that. Points where he can find, like, generally the most, like, center mass as much as he can on this weird serpent burning thing. And we're not going to go all out. We're just going to we're going to do something small for this. From its mouth just leaps this glowing dart of magical force out of the mouth of this sort of dragon staff as he casts arcane bolt at it.
Perfect.
And
Arcane bolt.
it's
And remind me, that's the one you
It's an
made that
auto.
auto hits, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so then in that case, it leaps out of the end of the staff and strikes the creature. What's the damage?
It's all spells are basically cast at third level, or they can be, right?
They can be. You have 2 spell slots of whatever level you want to cast. So you could cast it at whatever level, but why would you?
Okay. It's being casted at third level.
Okay.
And that's going to be a total of 6. It's 22 plus 5, 27 points of force damage.
Okay.
As it just blows a hole in the...
Yeah, and again, you get a really good like look at this thing as it hits around. Again, you said you wanted somewhere near center mass, or as far as you could tell, and it hits and it blows some of this rotten plant matter apart. And you can see it's almost like the tendrils on either side from the inside, just they're wanting to try to connect back together, but can't quite. Yeah. Kingsley, I'm going to say, because Kingsley's not here, not going to, but did you have anything else you wanted to do on your turn? Galliard.
That's the action. Bonus action. Try not to have a nervous breakdown, and then that'll be it.
Okay. Kingsley, I'm not going to really have them do much since they're not here. I'll say they'll just be kind of making sure you guys stay on course despite what's going on, helping the guy at the helm. I'll say the other army crew, they concede at this point, you guys having lit it up. Now that it is on fire, burning, they can see it. They couldn't before. So that is a good thing you did. I'm just going to have them roll as a group. I'll say it's a 17. So they pull out various, some crossbows, some firearms, and begin to just light this thing up. collectively doing 20 damage. So they just begin to, as a group, fire with their different weapons and just light this thing up, trying to hit the parts that you guys have exposed with some success. Now, that was all just a turn of you guys getting the jump on it. Xernis, it's your turn. It is starting to constrict a bit, but it is not actually doing anything yet.
Well, Kingsley took my place, so what direction is it moving?
Um,
I want to see what direction it's moving, and I want to jump down and find its head.
well, it's looping around the legs, just kind of traveling with you, but looping around the legs. So it's around, I guess, is the best. It's traveling in a direction.
Like, you got the center point, but like, is there any like main areas in which I can like follow the movement on which like it's constricting and find where it
You
might
would
be?
have to roll a perception check, which would be a search action. That would be your action to do so.
Well, I can still move and get down there to.
You can jump down. This isn't going to use any kind of turn or anything, but I am going to ask you for an athletics check if you are jumping down, because it's over a 20-foot drop.
What's that? 18 plus 4. 22?
22. You do not take damage, and you are not prone. So
Yay,
you are
I'm
able.
glad.
So you land, and you are fine. I will tell you, you do not need to roll anything now that you're down there to see its head.
Great.
It is underneath.
No.
The reason nobody could see it is because you could not see it without getting under and seeing it. The head is underneath this walker. It has basically been looping between the legs and around, and it is currently under and was coming directly in your direction, and it is looking right at you.
Wow, well, I'm gonna get eaten again, aren't I? Sword, ready. I don't have to use my search to find it, right?
No, so you have your full turn as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, I'm plunging my sword into this snoot.
Okay, and so you charge forward and you stab. Let's see.
I get 2 attacks per turn.
You do. Level 5's amazing.
So, I don't know. That's another 22, 15 plus 7.
Definitely
And
hits.
so that's a 23 to hit.
Definitely, yeah. And so you go forward, unsheathing your pen sword, popping it out, and you charge forward and just stab. And what's that damage?
Just wrong. Where's the other? 11 and what's 8 plus 4? 12.
12.
This is 23 total damage.
23 total damage. And so you go forward, and are you more of a slasher or more of a stabber? What's more your style?
It's slash,
More of a
just
slash.
like an X up the face.
Oh, that's perfect. And so you go up and you slash X over the face, splitting this paper thin exterior. And as you do, and it's coming in your direction, it splits open like a flower. And you see all of the tentacles in your face, and they start to wrap. And you watch as they seem to open again like a flower in your face, and you see little rose petals and different things on the different vines that are wilted and kind of browned. Anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus actions, or is
Shield of faith.
Shield of faith? Okay, on yourself, I would assume. Not the serpent.
No.
Okay. Okay. Radioactive purple rat baby. You see Xernis leap over and does that. It's your turn.
Okay. Is it dark here right now?
A little bit. It's a little dark just because of the sun being obscured, but it's not so dark that you can't see well enough.
I mean, I might just roast it again, honestly.
You can. It doesn't seem to like the roasts. either literal fire or mental, emotional.
Bro, you smell like farts.
Shall I roll this damage?
Oh, say again. Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Shall I roll the damage?
Oh, I apologize. I need to roll the save for him. That's gonna
Again,
be
only I hear what you actually say.
correct. And so you hurl the words. That's gonna be a 16. What is your DC for spell save?
I don't have that written. How do I figure this out?
That is 8, right?
8 plus proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier would be what that is.
Okay, so
I believe yours is 15 right now.
That sounds right.
yes.
Okay, so 15. I got a 16, so does
No
succeed.
damage.
No damage and no effect. However,
But
technically,
he's still under the effect of the previous.
correct, because it hasn't been his turn yet. So no damage, but you know he's still under the effect of the first. Anything you'd like to do as a bonus action? I will say the inspiration you gave the first time, if you do give it to someone else, it does drop from the first. You can only have it on one person at a time.
Could I just help somebody? Is that it?
I believe that's an action unless you have something that
Yeah.
would change that, and I don't think you do.
Okay.
So
Let's help as a bonus action.
yeah.
I did meant to say before my turn, Sock's just gonna like put radioactive on his head and like protective stance. My son, keep pup safe.
That's fair.
Okay, good. I don't want to go down there. Snake.
That's fine.
I also have to ask, is it a flower I perhaps recognize?
Well, the like opening up, it's not specifically. It's just like a way of describing. It's not an actual flower.
Okay. I was about to say, if it's that plant I planted, I'm coming for you.
Yes, it is the mastermind that gets bonus action.
Yeah. But no, it is not a flower. It's mostly just like the skin flaps open with the tentacles on the inside. There are roses there. You do notice those on the vines. So radioactive purple rat baby, you don't have anything you'd like to do
Nope.
as a bonus? Okay. In that case, Aurelie, it is up to your turn again.
All right. I will move up to it.
Perfect.
Or well, not to it, but like to the. Is it still off on the edge, or is it up here now?
Oh no, it's still on the ground. Zernus just jumped down in front of it.
Ah. How far is the jump down?
It is a 25 feet to the ground, but it's about 20 feet to its back. So you could jump on its back. It'd be a shorter drop.
Okay.
Either way, I would have you do an athletics check just because. Or I guess it could be acrobatics as well. If you can describe how you do it, fancy.
Is the walker still moving?
Yes. All of this is while still in movement.
Okay. I'm gonna slide down one of its legs while it's moving, so it tries to cushion my fall.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I do. Go ahead in that case. I'm still going to have you roll, but it will be with advantage, either acrobatics or athletics. And it'll be with advantage.
That's fine.
Hello?
I decided not to roll my dice. I'll use the I still have the bardic inspiration, right?
You do.
Actually, is it 15? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with 15. 15 is probably fine.
15 is fine. You kind of hop off and slide down one of the legs at just the right angle and are able to get to the ground. And you do now see the thing you were kind of looking for before, its face. You see its body, of course, but you see its face now split open like a flower in front of Zernus, with all the tentacles and flowers inside.
Okay. That makes my next thing easier. I am going to Eldritch Blast it twice.
Awesome. Oh, yeah,
I'm
you
just
get a
gonna
second
do.
beam now, don't you?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna just pretend like these are two different things.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll them out once though.
Sounds good.
I need to remember. So it's okay. It's +9. I couldn't remember my route of the Pack Keeper. You're looking at an 18, or sorry, a natural 20 and a 19.
Yeah, those will both hit. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Just gonna do the damage all at once.
That works.
24 points of force damage, and it is pushed away from us 20 feet.
Ooh. Okay. Huh.
Unless it doesn't do that, which would be funny.
Well, I'm trying to think of how this would work. Because normally with a creature, it's like a singular square creature. But this is a thing looping around an entire thing that if it was to be pushed back, it might trip the thing.
Oh.
Let's find out. Let's leave it up to
We're
chance.
going with it.
Let's leave it up to chance.
Okay, hold on. Is the fibers of the
I'm
muscles
down
stronger
there.
than steel?
Is the fibers and that's the thing, is maybe it doesn't need to be, because if it's like a rope stretched in front of something, it could
I
tip
just Star Wars myself.
it. Basically, it's literally like Hoth.
Oh no.
Maybe, but I'm gonna say a really even or odd.
Can I do something?
Okay, what do you want to do?
You.
Okay, yep.
He's just affecting the thing, right? Not me.
Damn chili and
Bless.
Okay.
Hello.
Zernus, are you paying attention?
I am trying to.
No, I'm not. I didn't mean it to sound like that. Sorry. I meant like, is your character paying attention to my character? Actively.
Respectfully, my halfling friend, I'm on the ground with this tentacle creature in front of me. No,
Okay.
I'm not paying
You don't-
attention.
All right, you don't see anything. Other than the creature begins to, like, lunge backwards, and then it will shift forward back to its original position.
What? Are we dancing? I can dance. We can do the tango, but
Okay, so that does happen. It begins to shift and then back where it was. Okay. Does good damage though. It does seem genuinely very very hurt by that, and it is starting already to show some wear. You guys have done a substantial amounts of damage between fire and other types already. Yeah, anything else you'd like to do if you can, Aurelie?
I'm gonna position myself behind Zernus.
Okay.
how? Did he get?
We're
Oh,
on
he
the
got
ground.
down, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he got on the ground, so he can. Okay. So then that works just fine. And I believe that's your turn.
Yep.
So then Maldette, it's over to you. You see Aurelie and Zernus are now both on the ground, engaging with part of it.
I'm going to fly down there.
Okay.
Give me a second. Yeah, I'm gonna fly down there and what's up?
Remind me, Fly, you have a thing to do that, don't you?
Yes.
That's right.
Wings
Yeah,
come out of my back.
that's right. Okay, so you fly down there. No roll for you. What do you do?
I'm going to. I can't do that. I'll just do. I already took it as an undead. Yeah, I'm just gonna touch it and cast. What's this spell called? Inflict wounds
Oh, a good one. Okay, inflict
at
wounds.
a 3rd level.
Ooh. Okay, roll the hit on that.
Where the hell did I put my 30? So wait, what do I? That's spell attack bonus. 21 to hit.
That does hit. That does hit.
Cool. Inflict wounds. What is it? Let's see. It's 3d10 increases by 1d10 for each, so 5d10.
Yes.
So 39 points of damage.
39. Okay.
Necrotic.
I will tell you that as you put this necrotic energy into its form, it doesn't have as much of an effect as you're hoping. It seems, while it isn't considered an undead, something about its rotting form is causing it to have a little bit of a resistance to that. However, it does still take some of the damage. And so you do that. Anything else you can do that you'd like to?
Bonus action. Nobody's hurt yet.
No. No. About to be, but no.
I will be. Yeah. I want to do something dumb.
Shield of Faith on Xernus.
I think that does stack, doesn't
25.
it? Yeah, that does stack.
Yeah, from different
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I have an AC of 27.
Oh boy. Yeah, all right.
Well.
Maybe you'll be fine. Dressen, it's up to you. What are you gonna do?
Okay. I actually think I'm gonna do something cool on my turn.
I love it. Okay.
Well, I see that everyone's jumping off, and I think Xernus gets in situations. I should probably be there for when he gets in situations.
You're
I'm
such a
going to-
supportive friend.
And I'm going to jump off as well and use my tempestuous magic at bonus action to fly 10 feet so that I don't have to roll for that.
Perfect.
And my skin crackles with lightning, which turns orange, and a gout of fire blasts from my hands at the creature. I'm going to cast lightning bolt, but transmute it into fire damage.
All right.
Heck yeah.
So that's
Heck
a
yeah.
save.
Zeus entered the party.
Mage gang, mage gang, mage gang,
Oh,
mage
God.
gang.
Okay, so that is.
I kind of want to see what it does before it immediately dies. I want to know a few things.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a total of 30 fire damage if he fails the dexterity save.
Hold on. That is a 14 for the save.
That fails. 17 is my DC.
Isn't that like 60 damage because it's like
Uh-huh.
vulnerable?
So
Oh.
you flew down again into its face next to Xernus?
No, I kind of flew down not
Kinda like
near
a-
that, but I fired just like at it.
At it.
Wait, you can fly?
Kind of.
Kinda. It's like tempestuous magic, so it's like basically like
The wind
storm
picks me up
god
and
wind, yeah.
Tempest. Got it.
That's disgusting damage. So you get lifted by the wind and brought down. You throw this orange crackling fire lightning at it, and it impacts its body and bisects it.
Ooh.
However, it's not. You think for a second, okay, maybe, but the head's still moving, and then you see this place where it bisected starts to kind of open as well, and make its way in your direction. It is now split into two different creatures.
Oh,
They're gonna
thank
take.
you,
I'm just gonna leave them on the
Jonathan.
same initiative, but it did take that damage, and it's not doing well. I will tell you that. Anything else you can? Well, that's your turn, I think, because that was bonus action.
Yeah, that's
and
my
action.
turn. I did a bonus action and an action.
Joseph is like, holy shit, and oh god, what is he gonna do? He's got a fire shotgun. I guess he could shoot again. Um, so what happened, Gellard? Drossen flew down using wind cloud thing, and then hit it with it was lightning bolt you used.
Yes, a fire lightning
A
bolt.
fire lightning bolt. God, that's busted. I love it though.
They
So
split in half.
and it is now split into two different creatures. Yes, and it's more like a worm than a snake now. Joseph's like, okay, all right. Oh god. And so hold on. Okay, I rolled. He does not have a panic attack. He's instead going to go, all right, you got this, and shoots again.
Dog support.
I've done that roll for panic attack
Did you
before.
just crit the goddamn creature? Oh god damn
And
it.
so let's here. I got the d8s now, so I'll go ahead and roll those. Oh, it's not max damage, but it's close. Okay, so with his plus, which I don't have a sheet for him, but I think reasonably that's probably his plus. Okay, so oh wow,
No.
32, but it was a. That's after the crit was after doubling for the crit, but then it's vulnerable. So that's 64.
64.
So what?
And so he kind of panics for a minute. I got this. Leans over the railing, aims down, and pulls the second trigger, firing the second shell, and just erupts a section of the body in flame. I'm going to do a quick roll because that was a lot of damage. Okay. So this hits basically you guys have the head area you're fighting, the first section. Then it's split into the second. He shot the second section. It hits the center of that, blows a hole through it, and it stops moving. It does not split again.
Is it dead?
But there is still
No.
the head that you guys are engaged with. So now it is
Yo,
over.
guys. So, like, I know I'm not very smart and all that. I kind of want to study it, though, so maybe chill on the fucking critting.
It's over to Wick. Wick, what are you doing?
I want to try to shoot at it too, because I completely forgot. My brain cell was not braining a little bit.
That's okay. Using your gun and shooting.
I'm using my pistol. I'm using the US of A.
Hell
Caw,
yeah.
motherfuckers.
Caw, and just like caw, and then shoot it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear an eagle in the distance.
As she loading up her bullet, it's a 23 to hit. Does that hit the first hit?
Yes,
Oh
it
my
does.
god.
She just puts her like, what do you call it, her leg on the fucking railing and just points at it and shoots it. It just does a total of 5 damage.
5 damage, okay. But still, every bit of damage, and it hits, and kind of like with one of the first shots that was fired at it, I believe it was Meldet, it impacts its body, and you see it tear a hole through, but there's no like you expect something, explosion of blood or something. At this point, you kind of know why, but
Yeah.
it's odd to see because normally you're so used to shooting things and there's more of a reaction than that. But it's just kind of like you're shooting a paper target. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus actions?
Oh, looking at my bonus actions, I have an Eldritch Cannon, but that takes a minute, so I will keep that for now. No, I don't want to use my bonus action, and I will end my turn.
Okay. It's up to Richard here. He's going to. So who would be after him? Galliard. Okay. He's going to kind of walk over to Galliard, his many legs. He's going to walk over to Galliard, put his hand on your shoulder. His hand is covered in like some kind of liquid and go, "You got this, my man. You got this." And then he's going to give you Bardic Inspiration. It's a d6. And so that's bonus action. And then he's going to, in front of you, jump over the edge and and go start punching the thing. All right, that's a natural one. So he's going to say, "You got this," and then he's going to jump over the edge and on the way down attempt to like punch it, and then whiff, and then hits his face on the ground. Just face plants.
Like, Richard, you good?
He's like gliding by, and then he's watching at his fist, and then his fist misses, and he keeps looking at the body as it goes by, and then slams his face on the ground.
Oh.
And
Maybe
you
I
just
should have given him my helmet.
you just see him over his back toward the cameras go, "Got that." Got it.
I love it.
It's gonna be in the blooper reel. Yes, it is.
Yes.
That.
And so that's his turn. It's over to Galliard. You have Bardic Inspiration now. Maybe you don't feel inspired after that display. Hey, it's up to you.
Not exactly. he was a little bit nervous because this dude just kind of uses all his legs just to rush up on him, touch him with some sort of weird slimy substance, and then does that in front of him.
Yeah.
So,
Bro, it's on drugs.
even still, he's gonna like focus this whole like weird like sort of nervousness, anxiety into a mind spike, and he's going to cast mind spike at the not mind sliver. Sorry,
Okay.
mind sliver at
I
the
touched my anxiety
thing.
on.
Basically
Double it, give it to the next person.
Yeah. It's a 17 intelligence save, or else it's going to take. What is
Yeah,
that?
I don't think that.
It has a minus
11.
to that, so that is an 11 from
That's
it.
11 points of psychic damage,
Um.
and
Okay.
which might be a bit weird because I think I might know where it's going. However, it also has to subtract a d4 from the next saving throw it makes.
Oh, that's awesome. So here's the thing. You watch, those of you that can see its face, watch all of a sudden as it genuinely, like, it starts looking around, and despite the fact it has no face, all of its, like, kind of tentacles, like, droop for a second, and it's just kind of, like, swiveling its head side to side. It looks really anxious all of a sudden. You literally doubled it and gave it to the next person.
That's how it feels.
Literally, you're like, this is how it feels.
Now I just feel bad for the plan.
And now
I
it's just
know.
kind of like, oh. Anything else, Galliard?
After that, just kind of like nervously like shake his free hand. The other one was holding the staff. Look down at it, just kind of like look down, inspects you, trying to figure out what's going on more. Is it down yet?
Can I keep it?
No! Kill it!
Kingsley keeps things on track. Army crew shoots at it more. Miss. I don't know how, but they do. Some of the fire's kind of like out at this point, so it's harder to see. And some of it's not moving, so it's more so that they're shooting the part that's detached and is already dead. Because they don't know. Now it's over to the serpent. It shakes off the anxiety. Zernus, you're right in front of it, so it is going to take one of its attacks on you.
Yeah, it can take both of it if it wants.
AC
I
is
feel
currently
bad.
at 27, correct?
Yeah.
That is a 26. It just
Oh.
misses. It rolled so high, and I was so sad. So it goes for you, and you just kind of sidestep it, taking like the
Just
moment
punt
because
it.
you can see, just kind of punt it, and it kind of redirects it. Who else is down there? Richard's down there,
Aurelia was behind me.
and yeah,
Yeah.
you know, Aurelie would be the next closest, so we'll take its
I
second
know
attack.
you're
on
there,
Aurelie.
so I just sidestep, punt it, look. Oh, shit!
Yeah, Aurelie, that is going to be a unnatural 20 to hit.
Okay. Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, and it's a dex save for that, right?
L
Okay.
plus hellish rebuke.
I still have to take my damage, but I'm gonna hurt it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you for the dex save that was a 9, so just go ahead and
Oh,
roll that
boy.
damage.
Yeah, did you subtract 4 from that, or do you?
I mean, I can, but like, I think it fails anyway.
Yeah, it is the next one.
Here you go. That's yeah, less than that.
50 fire damage.
How much?
I doubled it already. It's 50.
Oh,
It's fire damage. I love fire damage.
whoa, that's so much.
This fucking plan.
So okay, here is the series of events. So Xernus, it goes for you, it lunges forward and goes down to like bite, I guess you could say, down on you, closing its flowering face around and misses. You shift it out of the way toward Aurelie by accident, and it hits and it kind of like clamps down on you instead, and you suffer 18 points of piercing damage. It rolled very high. So you get 18 points of piercing damage. And then you just erupt, this wave of fire erupting from you to it. Is there any specific way you want me to describe its death, or do you want to describe it? How do you do this? Is what I'm trying to say.
So as it bites down on Aurelie, it will completely engulf him because he's only 3 feet tall. And then within a couple moments, you're just gonna see it begin to illuminate near its mouth, orange, and then it's gonna start puffing up with ash, and then it's just gonna explode. And out from within it is Aurelie with 2 fiery wings that appear for a couple seconds, and then they will dissipate.
And as you see Aurelie standing there, just this puff of ash and smoke, the rest of its body goes limp and stops moving entirely. You do watch it just kind of lays there. Most of it seems to have moved out of the way of the walker, which Kingsley kind of stops for a second once he hears the whoosh, and just kind of like stops for a second. The other walker stops, so that you guys can climb back up.
I want to check things. While everyone wants to go up, I want to. Is it poisonous?
Go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Okay, you dramas, please. I know I cursed you out, but like, I will drink. What? Nature, right?
Nature.
17. I don't have a plus to nature. I'm not smart.
Far
Wait,
as
can
you
I
can
use
tell.
my-
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna use the Astromancy archive, like Galliard's looking over the edge, kind of like watching, just like flicks his wrist. He's going to use the Astromancy archive to give Xernus a 3 onto that roll.
So
A natural 20 then.
Unnatural 20. Okay. So you are looking at it, and you get this little burst from Galliard, and as far as you can tell, it doesn't seem poisonous. Although I can give you a few things. This does seem to be some sort of vine that is heavily mutated. It is definitely shouldn't be moving. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But you're not someone who's super trained in nature, but you can kind of, just from talking to Soraya and the little bit you know, being, the race you are, specifically the sub race you are, you have a little bit of knowledge here, and it does not seem natural to any place you have been. Now, you do know that these lands are very strange to begin with, so maybe something here has mutated this, but you don't have the information to find out. However, you feel like if you could learn a bit more about this place, you might be able to figure out what happened. But as far as you know
Can
right
I
now, you
take a
can't
bit?
figure it out. Take a bit of, yeah, sure. You can like chop
So
off some
like
of
a
it.
vine. I don't want to chop off like a vine. I want to find a vine that's relatively intact and like swirl it up and put it in like a napkin.
Okay, that's doable. It's a lot of it's pretty rotted, but you can find a not as rotted piece. It even has one of the flowers attached, and the flower seems in pretty good condition, all things considered. But no, as far as you can tell, it doesn't seem poisonous or anything else.
You put that in napkin, tie it, bang.
How tall are the walkers?
They are
25 feet?
yeah, they're
'Cause
25
we have to
feet
keep
from the ground to the
Oh.
platform.
Aurelia will add, if you harvest what you can from it, if it's still solid, I can purify it so we can turn it into food.
That's really, I don't, that feels wrong. It was a living thing. I don't know how I feel about eating a living thing that was relatively sentient.
I don't think attacking a giant metal construct would seem like a rational and smart and logistical decision.
I didn't know you could turn into a light bulb, so we're both relatively surprised here.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, just get on the walker.
I'm gonna get a boost on my climb back up to the top by doing a little running high jump, which I get to add a
Mario
B8
style
to because of I'm a satyr.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's however many I can jump with a 13 strength and the running start plus 4.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what that would be, but I will say
I don't.
probably
I
you
think
get
it's
high
like
enough.
half, so I think it's like 10 feet to first a start.
I believe so. Okay. So you guys take your various ways of climbing up, whether high jumping up with your extra little
Boing.
boost, boing, or having to climb up manually, or flying up for those of you that can. You harvest what you feel you should.
I want to take a scale.
Or take a scale. Okay. It's more again like the shed, so it's not necessarily.
A
I'm not
scale
super
is
well.
just the shape of it.
Yeah, I mean you can like cut out the shape of the scale from the shed. God, I wish Connor was here. Connor knows more about the dead animal things than I do. But yeah, so you can, and
I feel bad. I don't know why Xerxes feels so bad about this plant. But
It's
he just kind of stood staring at it. Shut up.
it is a creature of nature that has been twisted, and by your very nature, it makes sense that he'd feel at least a little bad. Do you wish to do anything with those feelings, or do you just stare at it for a moment?
Can I find like another not so rotted piece?
Sure. Cut it out.
I'm gonna take that and then just dig a hole and then plant it.
Okay. And so among the, again, it's kind of sandy ground, or sandy soil, sand. You plant this piece of vine from this creature. Perhaps that will have some effect. You don't know. Normally, this type of ground is not good for growing things like that. However, who knows? It's out here, so it had to have come from somewhere. Either it traveled a long way or it came from here. So you plant it in the ground and maybe see what happens later.
I'm gonna go climb one of the legs.
They do
Just
have little
swing.
handholds, so you can kind of like.
Why would I do that when I can swing when I'm monkey?
You totally can. That is an option.
I want to like swing and then like flip myself up over the railings and land on my feet.
Okay.
Because Connor wants to flex, I want to flex.
All right, and so you do so. Go ahead and roll me acrobatics.
Acrobatics is 23.
Okay. With surprising acrobatic ability, especially in the armor, you flip over the side. Just about the time Richard Hardy comes up and like crawls up the side, show off, and then and then like comes up there next to you.
I'm gonna like look at him, tilt my head, my helmet, look at his face. You okay? I saw your graceful entrance to the battlefield.
Wipes himself off. I'm just fine. I meant to do that, in fact. That was all part of my acrobatic act.
So you
yes.
don't want the helmet?
Hey, does anyone need heals?
Does anyone need
Luke's
heals?
just snickering and
Aurelia is hurt. He did,
Yeah, the light
in fact,
bulbs
get
hurt.
bitten.
As I get up,
Just
I'm going
early?
to notice that soldiers use the hat. So I'm going to demonstrate how to do disguise self.
Oh, okay, so you teach Joseph Stone how to use the hat, and he's just kind of like, so I just do that, and then you watch as it like mid sentence just flips into, a bald man with a black goatee, kind of a portly looking guy.
Bro, he's an OC.
Kind of a portly looking guy, wearing a what looks just like a black suit.
Oh, yes, just like that.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Does Richard not want the helmet, or
He is not going to take the helmet. No. He's just kind of. I'm all right. I don't want to hide this amazing face.
yeah, but like you hid it in the dirt.
I know, and it makes me look weathered.
Wait a sec. I'm gonna go sit and doodle in my journal what
Okay.
I saw in this creature.
All right. The journey does continue shortly after, wanting to waste no time sticking around in case something else comes along.
I want to give everyone a fist pump. Is that allowed?
Of course. Fist bumps to everyone.
Yay. Fist bumps
Yeah.
to everyone. Y'all did such a
Even
good
like
job.
little rat, a little fist bump.
Yeah, little fist pump, little pinky pump.
And so, as you guys continue, I'm going to need someone who hasn't already done it to helm this. We'll say this is probably the last leg of the journey. Someone who hasn't done it already.
Galliard has, or let's see,
Galliard
help
has
me, it counts.
Helping doesn't count. Somebody to actually, Galliard could, because Galliard helped, but hasn't actually like done a thing himself. So Galliard
All right,
could.
then I'll do that. I'll do something again.
Okay. What do you do?
Go around, ask the people that have the maps if they could lend me them for a bit, so I can try to figure out exactly where we are. And we can't. Can we see the sky, or is it?
It is getting thinner.
So I'm glad you brought that up, and I was just about to say, it has gotten thin enough this point. You can faintly see some stars through the fog, and you can pretty clearly see the sky. And a thing of note, out here in basically the middle of nowhere, unpolluted by the lights of Kingsport, you can see every star. Even when you're in Altney, there was a little bit of light pollution from the people, but there's nobody out here, and hasn't for
Have I
who
not
knows how long.
experienced like the night sky before?
Oh, you probably have. Honestly, you, Galliard, honestly, all of you probably have, in just like being in remote parts of Adux and things like that. But this is something entirely different, because even there are small towns and things, and there's at least a little bit. But this is just nobody's been here.
Closest would probably be where I grew up.
Correct. You would be the closest to this. But this is just something else. So yeah, you can
You
see
just hear my
everything.
armor thump as I try and like doodle it.
Okay.
And I'm just laid on my back.
The stars. Pretty stars, pretty colors.
Galliard, kind of up near where they're taking care of everything. Just kind of sits down cross-legged, staff behind him. Takes off his hat, just sets it off to the side, looks up, just admiring everything for a moment. Before, if there's some sort of like North Star or something,
There would
at least analog in this world,
Yeah.
kind of like try to figure out exactly where they are and figure out a position along with the maps coordinating those two things together.
be.
Trying his best not to get distracted.
Yeah. Given your section of research you do focus on, go ahead and roll me a survival check with advantage.
I would make myself an invisible spyglass to look at the stars.
Perfect. And so you do, just looking up at the stars. It's beautiful.
Damn
we're,
it! Okay,
we're actually going to get to that in a second.
I'm gonna roll on the Astromancy archive just to see if I can add something to it.
Okay.
Currently,
Do you want socks help?
all right, now it's a 13.
13.
It's a 13 overall.
I think that's fair, and reason being, this is awe-inspiring. This is incredible. It is hard to keep focus, but you do manage to keep enough focus to find roughly where you think you are. You know you've been traveling for this long, you've covered about this much distance, and you know you're heading the right direction. So the guys that are leading you, this army crew, they are leading you in the right direction. You know you probably have another... if I can see here... Can't really show you on the map right now, but I can tell you, you estimate you have another... I also don't know where I got 73 miles from. That is not correct. But that's fine. It actually should be a much longer trip than that. But I'm going to say, given things considered, because it should be closer to not 2 days, but roughly 2 weeks. But I goofed that. So I'm going to just say, let me do some quick math here. 5, 10... Oh, I know where I got that from. Yeah, that's right. Hold on.
Just one of those 3 quick maths.
Hey, I heard that.
Nerd.
Okay, so I'm going to stick true to the size of the map here. It actually should be closer to 2 weeks, not 2 days. Because what I did when I was counting the squares on the map was I did like 5, 10, 50, counted them in fives and went, oh yeah, that's how many miles. No. That's how many spaces, which is 21 miles of space, not 5 miles.
Yeah.
So what I'll say is we're going to still keep like the stuff that has happened, but rather than that being over like a day and a half thus far, that has been about a week and a half thus far. And this would have happened
like 4 days away.
You're probably about 3 days. 3 days, give or take. Now, again, this is all approximate locations. Yeah, this is all approximate locations, and as far as like what's on the map, I mean, so you don't know if there's something at this specific location, but you know there's probably something, because that's what you are believed. real quick, just so that I know for the sake of travel, what is everyone's passive perceptions? We'll say, Drawson, what's yours? Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Why can't I hear you? Is that just me?
9.
Oh, there we go. 9. Zernus, what is yours?
With or without the helmet?
What do you have on? Like, give me both, actually.
With the helmet. Well, my passive without the helmet is a 14. With the helmet, take 5, so I'm about the same as Drawson. Nothing is amiss here. Yep.
Okay. And then Aurelie, your passive perception.
Pretty sure Meldet has the highest passive.
I think so, and I remember what that is.
17.
Okay, cool. And then Galliard.
That's a 12.
12. And then Wick. Your passive
14.
perception, 14. And then radioactive purple rat baby. I don't know if you know it, but you can just find it with 10 plus your perception. Which perception would be wisdom?
I believe that, yeah, it is 11.
My socks passive is 17.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'm just cleaning things up and getting stuff written down for mine. Aurelie, I did send you a message. If you could just check that for me real quick. But so with that being said, just getting stuff written down because I like having that stuff. So you guys have about 3 days left. Galliard, you keeping track of this, keeping track of the direction. You do notice it seems like we're starting to drift at one point. You kind of correct it with the person at the helm, and then you are all good. So with that being said, you guys eventually, by the time you're on the last day, the fog's all gone. All of it.
Eyesight. We get eyes.
Eyesight and something else.
Oh, fuck.
I think, Galliard, you'd be one of the people to notice almost immediately, because you are a practitioner of the arcane arts. It's all back. You feel, as this fog finally dissipates on the last day, all of the magic flows back into you, and you feel capable. You feel like you don't need the gauntlet anymore. Like you could take it off and cast just fine. Do you try to?
And he does that. And then just looking out, there's a free space out, just like desert, reach out hand, curled fingertips.
You can't.
Just like lightning shoots from his hand into the ground.
The lightning shoots, but the gauntlet can't come off. You go to try to take it off, and it won't come off.
I want to take it off.
You can't.
I get. How do we take off?
Gonna try to yank?
Yeah.
Stealth check or stealth? Sorry, strength check. I'd allow you to use.
I put it on top of like armored gauntlet.
Okay, that's fair.
What's my plus to strength? Oh, a natural 20.
A natural 20. The more you pull, the more it squeezes. And it isn't just like a thing that goes like over top of the armor. It had to like clasp around your arm. It is clasping that piece of armor onto your arm. And the more you pull, the tighter it gets.
Hey, so like, how does everyone feel about losing limbs?
I can restore them. If you really
we can't take these off. And I'm gonna look at Richard.
So he is wearing one as well. And he looks a little confused, a little concerned, and one moment, sorry. Got a message, important message.
They're mimics.
I can no longer take my gauntlet off. This armor is stuck to me.
Richard starts pulling at his and is like, I don't know.
It keeps tightening. I can't get it off.
Maybe if you try not forcing it, just
Aurelio will
It's-
pipe up. May I?
Try and take it off. Go ahead.
He is going to turn over your arm very gently, and he's going to begin pressing a series of buttons that you didn't see before, and then turn a dial in a very specific direction.
How the fuck does he know this? How do you know that?
Same thing, and then he's going to take his own off.
Ooh.
What?
And it comes
How
off
the-
after
what?
he does it.
I'm gonna hold this and just bonk him on the head. How did you do that? Why? And how? And
Don't
when
do
did
that
you
yet.
learn it?
Do you think I just stand around idling, doing nothing when I'm silent?
Well, kind of. You're kind of small. I just feel like you're trying to look over everything.
I watch, I idle, I tinker. Whenever you're not talking to me, I try to make myself useful. I figured this out a week ago, but I didn't want to alarm any of you.
So you left it until we realized and started tightening it around our arms that you would take
Only
it off.
figured it out this morning.
You a week ago.
Tick is just
Okay,
like, holy
look,
shit.
there are 9 digits here.
Okay.
Do you know how many possible combinations that is?
Do
And
I
then I
look
had
like
to
I'm a
guess
math man?
how to turn the dial. It was painstakingly long.
Okay. Can I have everyone's coordinates, please?
I'm just impressed. Not gonna lie, like shit.
Really?
Would anyone like
Mhm.
to study this? Like you get one.
me,
You have
me.
You
my
wanna-
respect.
you study-
That is
You
very
can keep
impressive.
yours, Wick. I'm throwing them.
Okay, those of you that choose to take one have one, and those of you that don't, Zernis, you're throwing them over the edge.
Yep.
They land
I
on the ground.
I'm
will
keeping
not
mine.
roll
You are
straight.
not separating me from this thing. Sorry.
You can keep it. I don't care. I don't want it. If we are trapped because of you, I know that I will be sacrificing you. But that's a nat 20 on throwing these things. I team rocket these bitches out into the stratosphere.
I mean, they go over the edge and they land probably about 10 feet away and just kind of clatter to the ground. And I don't know if they broke or not, but they hit the ground pretty hard.
Like, okay, so now all you see is just a Wick, not caring for her own safety, jumps the fuck off the thing. It's like, ah!
Okay, I have to ask because this might be funny. Please roll me an athletics or acrobatics check.
I will roll an athletics check.
God, I can't wait to see what this is.
I'll roll an acrobatics check.
Okay.
It's a 15.
Okay, that's good. You using just the pure adrenaline and worry for these things and just leap over the edge, 3-point landing, rush over.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking these things. I don't give a damn.
Drop roll.
And you just gather them all.
Is the sun out? Do I feel sun?
I'm gonna take these again.
I
It's been a
apologize.
long time
Yes,
since I feel.
you can see the sun.
Okay, I'm gonna get off this thing. I can see now. It's sunny. I'm walking. I'm taking a stroll. I am a house plant, and I haven't been in the sun for a while.
That is a great way of putting it. So Wick, you gather your things. Zernis, you bask in the sunlight now beaming down on top of you. You all take note of a couple things. Except Wick, I'm going to say because you are worried about these mechanical things. You must check them out.
My precious.
And so you you gather them up. Looking out toward the horizon, the directions you're going, you guys have stopped. There is, in front of you, ruins as far as you can see. It is bits of buildings. None of them are probably over 40 feet tall. That's probably the highest of these buildings. They are as far as you can see, in all directions. Not behind you necessarily, but in front of you as far as you can see in all directions.
This is giving me Planet of the Apes vibes.
Oh,
Are we
no.
gonna roll up on a beach and see a specific thing?
Post-apocalyptic vibes, I mean, that's what that is.
Mm.
Name any post-apocalyptic thing. That is the vibes we get in here.
Yeah.
Borderlands.
Borderlands. Yeah.
Oh.
Horizon is another good one.
Splatoon.
Splatoon.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
really?
Splatoon.
I don't play Splatoon. That's great.
I know they're making a Borderlands movie. I just saw the trailer.
So excited. I can't wait.
Oh, it looks cool.
But yeah, so you guys see very quickly it's still sand. The entire area, even as far as you can see into here, is sand. The structures are, again, at most 40 feet tall. Some of them end in large spires that go up maybe a little higher. Some of them are just flat on top. Some of them don't have tops at all and are jagged parts of buildings and may have been taller at one point.
I wonder what city we're in.
That's a good question.
New York?
I'm gonna have a roll done real quick because there's one person here.
I
Well,
wonder
two
I
people here.
wonder why.
There are two people here.
Radioactive
There
purple
are.
rat baby. Go ahead and roll me a
Oh.
history check. Because you weren't
Sorry.
from here,
Okay.
but you might know. Or actually, maybe you were from here.
What?
Mm.
Okay.
Hello.
Let's see. It's a history, so I add 3. 18.
18. Looking out at the cityscape in front of you. Oh, I hear myself on someone's end. I don't know whose it was. Anyway, we're good. You look out in the distance and you see a lot of these buildings, and nothing looks familiar, but you're kind of racking your brain knowing some of the information you know now. And you didn't know really where you were before. You could have been in the US, could have been in some of those other countries you don't quite remember. But something really strikes you as familiar, like somewhere you've been. And as you look toward the center area of the city, from where you can see, you're up on these walkers. It's pretty high, and a lot of the structures are shorter than that. Well, you see, I'm trying to actually get a picture up so I can describe it here. Maybe. Everything was loading fine. Why is it not loading now? Okay. You see what looks like a very, very rusted. Like it is not in great shape, but this large structure, it doesn't look like it was a building though. It looks more like it was a frame of something. And it comes up into a peak.
It's
Like-
the fucking Eiffel Tower.
Oh, no.
And you recognize it. Yes, it is the Eiffel Tower, and you know exactly where you are.
I hear Miraculous
Put on
playing in the
Ratatouille
background.
This is, or was, Paris, France.
Oh.
It's just
Oh,
like
wow.
I
that
just hear
movie.
like distort noises up at the top
wow.
from him.
Um,
Just
Like, I'm on the
like
ground.
Ratatouille.
yeah.
Oh.
Rat comes out and notices
Yeah,
it's Paris.
it's Paris. This is, you remember going and eating out of dumpsters behind fine shops. Being in various different places, at least coming through here, even if you weren't here for a long time. And this was the landmark. This is where everyone was. It was like the big lit up spire in the center of everything. And now it is the tallest point. All the buildings are about 40 feet. This is probably what's left of it is about maybe 60 feet tall at its highest point, compared to the rest of the buildings. And you know it was much larger than that. So you can kind of get the vibe that a lot of the city's been buried over time.
How far away is it?
That's a great
That
fucking
certainly looks
question.
important.
Say, yeah. Let me check for you. I can actually tell you how far you'd be from it. I want to be somewhat accurate here. I'm not going to be down to the inch, but hold on. Sure, we'll use this. Real fucking far. You can you can see it, and because there's no fog anymore, you can see it clearly. But like, it's pretty fucking far. Like, it's around you. I mean, it's probably a few miles in.
Do we pass it like on the way route there?
You guys are currently stopped on like the outside of what you can see of the city.
I will go to.
Well, this is where we're going, right? These ruins to get the thing.
Going into the ruins. Where specifically? They know the army guys, and they kind of stop for a second, get their bearings, and then do signal to keep moving. So they seem to know where to go. As for your question was going to be, do you pass them on the way there? Is that what you're going to ask?
Yeah. But how close do we pass if we're walking by it?
You're probably, in time, it'd probably take you like, it'd be about a 10-minute detour. It would add another 10 minutes, so you could.
And the walkers only walk as
Joseph
fast
react?
as us.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna be a little rat and scuttle off over there.
Okay. So do you
I'm
go by
climbing
yourself?
it. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to come with me into the desert or the weird ruined
Does
things.
anyone want
I
to
want to go get tetanus. I must honor
God damn it.
Dickman.
God damn it.
Like, I
Gallagher's
say
throwing on his
nothing,
hat
and you
and
just
quickly
see my-
chasing after him.
Sorry, Galliard, you're
Should
going
it
as
be-
well.
Yeah, seeing
This is where we're. Oh,
I will not
seeing
allow you
Zernus
to go
just
alone.
like gremlin mode.
Oh, God.
Gremlin mode, run off in the distance.
Zer-
Climb stuff. Galliard's just like total resignation, just hops off. Wanted a nice like just ride into there on this thing, but no, he's running after him,
Oh,
trying to keep
God.
his
You
hat
don't
from
have to
flying
follow
away.
me. I know that
Yes,
I
I
can keep
do.
up with it. I know I can keep up with the walker in 10 minutes, and I'm pretty. There's no fog, so I can see where the walker goes. I just want to go.
It's just.
Yeah, but I'm not letting you go alone.
Oh god.
So Zernus is going. Galliard follows after. Aurelie, you said you're going as well.
Yeah.
Aurelie's
What the fuck is
going.
up with everyone?
Does radioactive purple rat baby go with Zernus?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hop on and you go with Zernus.
I think I'm gonna. They're taking us to a different place, so.
Oh, it's gonna get
We'll
us
catch
shit.
up.
Bye.
Or I don't know anyone's following me, so I'm just like waving. I'll catch up in a minute.
Mhm.
Slow down.
And then you see people behind
Stop
you.
following me.
One other person's gonna go with two other people. Joseph's gonna come, just like, oh god, I know where this is, and is gonna start following. And then Richard's coming too. This looks interesting, and he needs B-roll, so he's gonna come and he's gonna drag one of his camera guys with him. So
I'm climbing it.
you make your way there, and okay, you all watch as Zernus begins to climb. Roll me an athletics check, please.
Don't kill us.
15 plus you said athletics.
Athletics.
That's 4, so 19.
Okay. You just begin to climb the various different like handholds, and some of them snap off the moment you put your hands on them. This is incredibly brittle after the first
Tetanus.
couple things. Like you got gauntlets on, so like you'll be fine from that. But like you grab onto a couple of the handholds, it takes you a minute to like find some solid handholds that aren't going to break, because metal like this, after a certain amount of time, it's not doing well. It's been a long time. And so you start to climb, but you are able to dangerously get to the top again, about 60 feet up. And from here, if you could, roll me a perception check.
I have eyes. Do I get advantage because I have eyes up here?
No, it's just the only reason you can see it at all, maybe, is because you're up here.
18.
18. Looking out over the city line, you are higher than any other point in the city at this point.
Mm.
You see a large divot at one point. You don't see a hole. It's more like a long line. And it's actually pretty close to where you are as well. It almost looks like a river, you could say. Except it
Wow.
is just a divot where maybe there once was one.
Oh, so it's just a river off into the horizon, like a divot.
Basically, it's more like a trench, I guess. But it looks like it flows like a river once was. It is historically out of game. It is where the river, I believe it is the
I know what
La
river
Seine,
you're
I think.
referencing.
Yeah, it's the big river by the Eiffel Tower, or in that general area. But yes, it is that. But it is dried out or sand dune, divot. But that isn't the most interesting thing you see. You see something that looks remarkably out of place. It looks abandoned. As far as you can tell, you don't see lights or anything, no torchlight. It looks half falling apart. But you see it looks like there were newer structures built on top of the old at one point. And that seems to be the direction the walkers are headed. Something you will note with that roll, there's a large hole in the ground right next to it. Just a hole. And it's not even just a divot like this long river. It's a hole that goes straight down, perfectly cut into the ground.
Yeah.
And one other
We'll
thing.
start scuttling down. Oh.
One other thing. Sticking out of the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it over the buildings. You wouldn't be able to see it from the walkers. But it is a massive sword. Not big like one you could wield, but it looks like the sword almost of a giant stuck into the ground next to this hole.
Okay. Well, goblin, autistic. He starts scribbling what he sees.
Okay. Scribble what you see.
What
And-
is it?
Can I hear him from 60 feet down?
There's almost no sound other than that. So I'll say yeah. You can just hear him barely.
Cool! You'd see him yell down. And then, once he's got the basic scribble, he can continue doing it from memory, close his journal, puts everything down, and starts scuttling back down.
Okay. And so scuttles back down, and you meet up with the rest who are waiting at the bottom.
Oh, hello. Why did the whole group follow me? Anyway, I would have gone that way. It looks really cool. He's like, good. He's about to go sprint
Zernus,
off.
wait. What's there? What's over there?
Yeah, it's freaking sword.
What kind of sword? Stop!
Big. I admit, he doesn't experience abandoned things often. He finds all of this cool.
Okay. Do you begin to scuttle?
You don't
off?
have to follow. Yeah, I'm running.
And what
I'm
about
excited.
the other two of you? Do you follow?
I'm not running this time. Galliard's just taking a brisk walk, trying to enjoy himself as much as he can. Here,
Okay.
following along.
I will
But not running.
try to keep up. I think I have normal. Yes, I do have normal movement speed. So
Perfect. And so, Galliard, you're kind of straggling behind a little bit compared to the other two, but you're just brisk walk rather than scuttling off like Zernus. But you're able to still keep Zernus generally in sight. Visibility's pretty good. I'm gonna say you all, as you walk, you swear on just a little bit of wind blowing the sand. You swear you hear something. Not like movement or anything really to be concerned about. It just voices, laughter, and then it's gone.
I'm gonna hope that's an echo of the past.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
I'm gonna stop running.
Zernus begins to run.
This is fine, guys.
Start running after Zernus.
Okay.
At this point,
I'm gonna
seeing him take
I'm
off.
gonna do a little psychology trick. I'm gonna take out a piece of paper.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to look at it. I'm going to, from memory, draw a circle. How messed up is it? I don't expect it to be perfect, but I don't expect it to look weird either.
Interesting. It's... I mean, it's not great. You've drawn better circles. But it's not... You don't see anything weird.
Like, if I were to hastily draw a circle, that's what it would look like?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're not going crazy yet. We're good.
I know where you're
Bro,
going
if you
with that,
draw
though.
a circle, like, hastily and it doesn't turn into an oval, I think I want your skills.
As long as it looks roughly similar as a rush circle, it's fine.
Oh, yeah. It does. But I see where you're going with this. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. So, Zernus, you start to run. Gal, you just start to chase after. Or really, do you try to keep up?
Yeah, if Zernus is running, I'm not letting Zernus out of my sight.
Okay.
I mean, let me be an unsupervised child.
God.
This is exactly why we're not letting you do that.
There's no racism out here.
Oh my god. And Zernus, to clarify, you are
This
heading
is
toward the
what?
structure you saw, correct?
Yeah, a big sword.
Okay. So you head toward the big sword, and you get there, but looking down the road, you have a clear shot, and you can see the walkers. They're not too far behind you. They're heading in that direction. Road leads right up to this hole. But, you know, they're still a little bit behind because you were running or walking briskly.
Yes, if they pass
I'm
by
full
and
sprinting.
begin the same direction, I'll come join them.
You do kind of like see them down the road, and so you rush after them.
Yeah.
I think Kingsley would come with.
I like cut into the road and start running down it.
I feel like Maldet would be interested in this, so I'm gonna say they go as well. Wick, you're the only person left on there. Do you want to join the group over by the hole?
Over by the hole. You know what? I was working on the little things that Zernas threw off. But I can go. I'm leaving Tick to guard my shit.
That's
So
fair.
I follow.
Okay.
I follow what it is.
I'm big sword. Guys, look, sword!
Richard
Yeah,
instructs his
very
guy to
good.
get some shots. Joseph comes as well, and everyone's just standing there, and you just hear Joseph muttering something about a place called Paris, and whatever that means. And he just looks down at the hole, and you see his face go white.
I want to go look in the hole. It's a big hole. I'm man. Holes and men and beaches and sand seem to really go well.
How does that rhyme a bit?
Those of you that look down the hole
Mm-hmm.
don't really know what you're looking at. You look down the hole and you see it is a deep pit. It goes down untold number of feet. You see catwalks along the edges, although very rusted. It looks like stone walls, and in the center is what looks like a large tower that comes to a peak in the center. And Joseph looks down and just face is white, like he's seen a ghost.
Hey, Joseph, you good?
Yeah, just
Do you recognize it?
maybe.
What's your maybe guess?
I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, and I really hope that it doesn't work. One moment.
Oh.
And he just says, that's what ended a lot of things. I'll put it that way. It'd take a lot of explanation to tell you what this is. But this is really bad if this works.
How do we make it not work?
What is it?
You don't touch it.
And I don't know as well, because I wasn't trained in this. This is beyond me. I was a grunt. I was just a soldier. This is beyond me.
Well, do you know what it does? If it just ends things, does it like? What do you mean end things?
Okay, so when I was on the battlefield a long time ago, I'm guessing you guys know what a fireball is, right? We got a lot of those hurled at us.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It's that, but if it was big enough to wipe out an entire city in one blast.
Someone had a dream. Are you okay? Why is everyone making weird noises? I mean, yeah, that's bad. We should probably not touch that. But if it does work, and we've just been led here by people who I don't trust entirely, who want us to make that work, maybe we shouldn't make it work.
Quick realizes she could have not communicated what her brain was thinking. The necklace though.
Yeah.
Well, if that does that, I'm gonna go check the buildings to see if there's any knowledge we could possibly learn there. Even though they look broken and not useful at all.
They were able to have harnessed that great a power?
Well, we were able of harnessing a lot of different powers, and sometimes we thought we could, but we didn't stop to ask if we should. It's an older technology, truthfully. I mean, we had this for a couple thousand years, and it was rarely ever used. It was mostly just, you know, a deterrent. It was a thing to say, hey.
Does it have a name?
Well, the weapon type did. There were a lot of different names, but most people just called nukes. And this place, yeah, nuke. You know, it was named after the reaction science. Again, above my head. I wasn't really into science. I liked art. But
Me too.
this place, and he's looking at it, and he's looking at the walls. And there's faint writing on the walls. It's really faded, but he's like looking at it, trying to peer. I think this place was I can't read it. Don't know French. But it's all right.
Oh, I might be able to help with that.
Can you?
Oui, bonjour, baguette.
Well,
What the fuck?
I mean, his name is Galliard. However,
Yeah.
which is French. No. In all seriousness, he does have comprehend languages, which it's any spoken language, but he can also understand any written language that he can see. So as long as he's touching the surface on which it's written.
I really
do the same thing
do
as
that
well.
too. Yeah.
I don't have to touch it either. That's the only difference between ours.
I apologize. I was reading a thing that was important. You said you did have a way that you could be able to read it? One of you did?
We both do.
I can read
Both
it
do.
via comprehend languages. And do you have Eyes of the Runekeeper?
Oh, okay. In that
Okay.
case, you look down there, and this is... let me grab this here for you.
For being those players.
Yeah. I'm off to the buildings. Y'all can have this worry.
So,
I want the nuke. I called dibs.
oh my god.
I'm sorry,
Um,
what?
So I'll say Aurelie, just because Eyes of the Runekeeper, you can just look at it and know. Has two meanings, and it's two different languages. He refers to it as French, so you can kind of guess that's what it is. It is le début, which is the beginning. That is what is scrawled on it.
Oh no.
That implies that there was more than one. But looking at our surroundings, that makes sense.
Joseph just kind of sits down in the sand next to the hole, just looking down in, and just doesn't say anything. Zernus, you said you were going to go look in the buildings. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whoever runs in the like, oh, this is bad. I'm not gonna dwell on that because that makes people sad. I'm gonna go find knowledge.
You are going to immediately find something.
Oh shit.
You walk in the first building, and there is a large triangular metal door. This does not look rusted at all. It looks pristine. This is not... So you're checking out the buildings, just to clarify, the buildings that look newer to, I guess we could say, built on.
Yeah.
This
Just trying to get in.
does not match anything. And again, large triangular, like ceiling is probably 40 feet high. It goes to that ceiling. Massive door. How do you try to get in? There's no visible handle, keyhole, or anything. Do you approach the door?
No. Yeah, I'll approach the door.
And you said you
I
knock?
look at it. Yeah, just knocking it 3 times.
You knock, and... One moment, please. Do I have it in here? Give sec. I did not have this one thing prepared, but I will in a second.
That's okay.
Also, I apologize if this is unbelievably loud, because I didn't plan for it to be. And while we're at it, we'll just go ahead and add this one here as well, just in case you figure it out. Okay. We're going to stop that music real quick. There we go. So you knock on the door, and you hear... I don't know if that came through. Access denied.
It did for me.
Yeah.
From a
Is there,
voice,
like...
a sourceless voice.
No. Is there any, like, anything? Like, hand or... My example is, like, where you hand on something.
Nothing that you see. And I will say all of you would have heard that voice outside.
Just gonna bang on it again. How do get access? Well, you suck. Can I climb the walls?
I mean, yes, you can. You're just climbing up the walls, and
Yeah.
there's that.
Can Rick wander over?
You can. All of you would have heard it, so you can all wander over if you so wish.
Awesome.
I'm just, like, scaling the wall.
Zernus is just like climbing the wall around the door, and all of you see it. And I'll say that Zernus, you kind of climbing up the wall a little bit. You look over above the door, and there's this little sensor, or best way to describe it, it's a thing with a faint light, a red light, that seems to be kind of, it's on. It's just a red light, solid light, above the door.
I'm sitting by Joseph.
Okay. He's very distraught. He's like head in hands trying to just comprehend. And yes, Aurelie.
Hello.
Aurelie's gonna turn the dial on his gauntlet again and walk up to the door. Is there like, is it just a door?
It is. The only thing that gives away the fact that it is a door is the fact that you can see there's a possible recess that it would slide into, like under it, like it would slide down. But otherwise, it just looks like a giant triangular wall in this stone door, or stone wall.
Okay. I'm going to cast a series of spells with your permission.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm gonna use the one that's gonna be a part of my thing. I just reacted to it. That's the first one.
Okay.
I'm gonna target the door. Does that work?
Let me read through it real quick.
It's the very first image I sent.
Oh, the very first one. Okay. Oh yeah, because you did that. Hold on.
What is he doing?
I'm about to find out. Hold on. I'm going to say no, this would not. So you go and cast that, some words and motions are done, and nothing happens.
Okay, so I cannot access the door.
Not with that.
Okay.
That does consume the spell, though. It just has no effect.
That's fine. All right, second one. We're gonna try. I gotta reread what this does.
It's all very new. So yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
I will say there's one thing here that might work. That one just isn't it.
I think we both just had the same wavelength. This is the last one.
Sure. Actually, I didn't read that one, so that isn't the one I was thinking of. But let me check, because maybe it will. Do you want to try it?
Aurelie's gonna say, "Everyone, back up, please," and you're gonna see electricity begin to shoot through the gauntlet.
I'm on the door.
Oh god.
Zernus, do you
off.
heed the warning, however?
Get off.
Because you were warned.
Censored. I'm trying to figure that out. But yeah, no, I don't listen.
Don't listen. Okay.
Then he'll turn the dial back down and not touch the door because he's not a psychopath. And then the other one I'm gonna try is this one, maybe, or it's the second one.
I will check in a second. Zernus, what do you want to try? Because you have this thing in front of you. And again, I said sensor, but you wouldn't know that. The only thing you know is that it is a red light. What do you wish to do?
Grab it.
It's in the wall. It's like one of those bar lights that's recessed in the wall. So you can't really grab it. You can like put your hand over it, but like you can't there's nothing to grab.
But I don't suppose I could put my sword through it.
Would you like to stab it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't been stabbing things recently. I'm just gonna holding myself up on the top of the thing, legs holding myself up against the wall, triple click the pen and aim it in.
Okay. And you stab in.
Please try not to break it.
You stab in and there's a pop and a slight flash and the light goes off. Nothing else happens.
Rick wants to try to even open the door as well.
He's just like kind of feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really seems to happen. As far as you know, you broke the light. that is what you've accomplished.
Yeah, it feels like hope.
Literally. So, Wick, you said you wanted to try something, or did you have something in mind?
I wanted to ask, like, if out of character, was there any sort of, I don't know, like, my brain thinks there could be a keypad or some sort of like code thing placed. That doesn't make sense for a door like that.
As far as you can see, you don't see anything. You could roll an investigation check, see if maybe you find something. You might not find that, but you might find something. But you don't see anything just looking.
We'll definitely try. What's investigation?
Kind of rips the recessed light out of the thing.
It was like 13.
You reach in, roll me a quick strength check.
Get zapped.
I'm mainly like seeing if it's got wires attached to it. What was it? Strength.
Strength, yes.
17.
Okay. We'll get that in a second. And then Wick, what was your investigation?
13.
13. You don't see anything. It doesn't seem like there is any form of keypad, and it's weird because normally you would expect something, but there's nothing here. There is just this wall that you can tell is a door, but there's nothing to indicate how to open it. No keyhole, no pad, no anything.
Just the sensor that I just broke.
But I will say there's one thing you notice, not on the door, not on the wall, but on the floor. There is a metal plate. The rest of it's stone, or at least it looks like stone. But there's this weird metal plate that matches the color of the door. Zernus, I do want to say with your strength check real quick, you reach in, there are wires, you grab them, you pull them out.
I'm not like pulling them out. I'm just like pulling. I'm just seeing like if there is wires.
There is wires, yes.
Okay, I'm not gonna break them.
Cool. So then, Wick, what do you do?
To get closer to the metal plate.
get closer to the metal
Yes,
plate.
ma'am.
Do you want to get on it or just close to it?
I want to get on it to see if that does anything, if possible.
You step on it. There is a whirring sound. And then you hear a voice. I don't have this one prepared, so I'll just say it. State your name. You hear in that same robotic voice.
Wait a minute. Can I be smart? Can I do an intelligence check?
What do you want to
Has
do? And
to
I'll
be
tell you what you
something.
need to do.
Yay!
I think at this point I'm going to slide down slowly.
Okay.
Why does my... It was a 12.
Well, what do you
That's
want to do?
something.
It depends on if you need to even roll. What do you want to do?
Because my brain was like, state your name thing, and then I was like, wait a minute, because if this store was here for a very long time, we have a man over there that's been there for a long time. He might know what to do with this thing.
It's up to
Bam.
you. Do you think Wick would have that thought?
I feel like she would connect the dots, but it's kind of like blurry. Like, oh, I get this means this, but I don't. What do I need?
Okay.
That's where I think the 12 comes in, where it's there, but it's not there at the same time.
That's fair. I think that roll is fair for that. It's just like maybe, but kind of, I don't know. Aurelie, you sounded like you had something else you wanted to try. Which was it?
The cantrip.
The cantrip. Let me find it. Was it the second one you said? This one here.
Yeah.
Ooh, see, that's tricky with the wording there. Specifically, the part about it saying clearly defined, which that's a bit tricky.
Well, it's a door.
It
right?
is a door, so you would know what that means. Okay. Here's what I will say. Go ahead and make me. Your spellcasting is charisma, correct?
Yep.
Yes, because you're. Go ahead and roll me just a charisma check.
With Rod of the Pact Keeper or just charisma?
I'm gonna say, go ahead and add that. Yeah, you can go ahead and add that in. Because this is it's right on the edge where I feel like it could work, but also I'm not sure. Okay. So Zernus, you said you got down at this point.
Yeah, I
You're
just
no
you
longer
slowly slide
monkeying
down.
around. No longer being.
I mean, I wanna, but like, if I touch those, I have a slight feeling that bad things will happen. I mean, I've touched my
Josh?
father's stuff before.
Yes, really.
May I describe kind of like what I was imagining?
Sure.
Okay. Aurelie will mess with the dial again and walk up to the door. He'll place his hand on it, and then suddenly a little like UI will pop up. It's like light, and he begins to touch and mess around with it, and then there's a click, and I'll let you describe what happens.
There is a sound like the voice is freaking out, flipping between granted, denied, granted, denied, granted, denied, until it finally settles. Access granted. And the door slides into the ground. You hacked the door.
Oh my god!
Mhm.
Right. Now I have to figure out how to do that for all of your gauntlets, and then we're good to go.
He's scuffled inside already.
What gives Aurelie a nice pat on the back and gives him a thumbs up.
Zernus, as you say, you scuttle in, as you begin to walk forward, and after the door slides down, there is this rush of air, not heading outwards towards you, but inwards, as if this place was a vacuum.
This is normal.
All of the air filling the space, and what you see in front of you is another door. This seems to have been possibly some form of airlock. That concept isn't super foreign. Things like that, it would exist in like Kingsport and higher tech cities, like something to keep, especially like in arcane places, keeping a lot of like foreign contaminants out of the area, the lab. This is some form of airlock. There's a second door, and there's a body. And then there are Similar, not exactly, but similar to what you saw when Aureli put the hand on the door. There are 4 sort of panels of light. They're flickering, they're very faint, but they're there.
On the person or on the door?
On the second door. And you can only press the first one, but there are 3 other sort of illusory buttons, but they are not illuminated.
We're gonna check out the body. I'm assuming that's just a skeleton at this point.
Quite. It is actually when you saw a body for a second, when the dust rushed in, turned to dust, or when the air rushed in, turned to dust.
Did it have any clothing?
It did. Not anymore.
Did it turn to dust?
With what is here, there is nothing remaining. It has been long enough that even the clothing, the bones, have turned to dust.
Okay. Fuck! What about anything plastic on him? I don't. Zonas doesn't know what plastic is.
No. I mean, there's little bits. Looks like maybe a buckle of some kind. That's remaining. It's really degraded, but you can tell it was a buckle for something.
I can't tell anything from the buckle.
It's just like a snap buckle. There's no actual like carving in it. You see like faintly the letters you've actually gotten from a little bit of your talking to people and reading signs. TM. That's it.
Yeah.
TM. Trademark.
Pocket thing. And
Okay.
point to the button. Can I press this?
You can try.
Okay.
So I will tell you, there's an audio element to this. If you wish to listen, you may. If not, I will describe after what
Oh
is
god,
said.
no, is it not that thing? Is it the thing? Oh no.
Pressing button number 1. Not all of them are spooky.
I can't hear this
Yeah,
one.
it's very quiet. Hold on. No, I don't want to start it over. Cease. No, cease. There. Finally. God. Okay. Yeah, I can actually turn up the audio on this.
Yeah, how's Joseph doing, by the way? Is he still going through it?
Oh, he's still going through it, but like he's looking over at the building at this point, and he kind of look. You're still sitting with him, correct?
Yes, I am.
He's
I
kind of like,
probably have like arm around shoulder, kind of trying to.
he's like, you should probably go with them. I'm gonna stay out here for a little longer.
All right. Stay safe.
No, for sure. I'll keep an eye on things.
Yeah, I will. Follow the group.
Okay. And Meldette and Kingsley, I say, would probably go as well, wanting to see what's going on. We're gonna see if this is loud enough. You'll have to let me know if it is.
Begin log.
Yeah, that is really quiet. I can't turn
Not
it up
really.
anymore. Okay.
I can't hear it at all.
That is, I actually know how
I
to fix
got
this.
like
Hold
the
on.
stream all the way up.
Yeah, give a sec. I know how to fix this. Where's number 1? There it is. Here, we'll do it through here. Yeah, that's loud enough. Perfect. Because I can increase the volume there. Okay. It's just we'll do it through the media player. Because it's being a bitch. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it this time. Okay.
Okay.
If not, I'll just describe everything. But hey, I want to see if my stuff works. Okay. I'll start now. You can hear. Oh, no. So that is the first message. Seems to be someone, which I'll have to open up this again for the second one. But anyway.
I wonder who it could possibly be.
This is, I will tell you, it is not the same voice as Joseph or anyone you know. I just
Oh
have
no,
very few
I'm
voices
just funny because it's your voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I actually need to fix a thing because I just realized that wasn't a capture.
Did any of the buttons light up?
The second one is lit up and the first one has gone dark, and the first panel as well vanishes, as well as the button along with it.
What do we have to
Am I
press?
okay? Touchy. I need
Are
to
these
just.
physical channels? Or
These
are
they look
illusory, sort of like holographic?
holographic, illusory, similar to again Aureli's gauntlet thing that happened with the UI. The button and the panel both are illusory.
I like
Okay.
it. Give me 1 moment.
Hmm.
And then the second one lit up. Do you press the button?
I picked the button.
Okay. Hopefully this one works too.
Begin log.
So, yeah, things are getting pretty bad here. Just wanted to let you know I'm okay. I know you've probably seen the news. I promise you everything's gonna be okay. Just take Dad, take the dogs, take them wherever you need to go. Just get somewhere safe.
End log.
Second log, somebody is telling Mother to get somewhere safe. Something is happening.
You gonna like
Begin log.
step
No.
and process before. I'm assuming the third button press lights up.
Correct.
I'm gonna tap that one.
Okay. On the bottom left, does it say log 3 or log 2? For you.
I can't tell.
A moment.
Might say
Log
that's
three.
log
log
3.
3. Cool, I figured out how to do it without having to close and reopen every time. Awesome. Okay. This is shorter one. The last one's the longest. But anyway. Make sure it's good. Yep.
Begin log.
The West Coast is entirely gone. If you're anywhere still there, if you're hearing this at all, get to the East Coast. It's one of the only places not overrun. Just get out. Get out as soon as you can.
End log.
Oh dear.
West Coast is gone.
All right.
Overrun?
Okay.
Overrun by something.
By what?
Press the fourth button again.
Begin log.
Oh, shit. I jumped the gun there. There was part of this that is going to be, I think, a moment of silence, and I may pause and fill in that gap because I was going to have Connor record something for me, and I just never got around to it. But it's okay.
Begin log.
To anyone hearing this is Private First Class Sebastian Coleman. I was stationed at a secure location. A place where people were supposed to evacuate after the attack. They said there was something here that would save us, that would protect us. Oh no. They found me. God damn it, Jeff! Open the goddamn door! Jeff, they're gonna fucking kill me! Open the goddamn door! Ah! Jeff, it's me, Sebastian. Open the door. It's safe now. Open it. Open it. And you hear the gasp
shit.
as something strikes the man who identified himself as Sebastian Coleman. The breath leaving him. And then just this voice that's unlike anything identifies himself as Sebastian and just tells him to open the door. And that's the last log.
God.
And the door
Maybe it.
speaks to you in the same voice. Identify yourself. And I'll get this back up just for music's sake.
What? I'm gonna repeat the name. Sebastian Cole or something.
Sebastian Coleman was the name.
I'm gonna repeat that.
You repeat the name, and the door, there's a pause for a moment. And it sounds like the starting of music for a moment. The rum, wum, 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 when music's kind of swelling up from an old system. and you hear a song play that's not familiar to any of you. And then a voice comes on. If anyone's hearing this, this is your president. Welcome to a safe haven for all that need shelter. We've taken shelter in France, a wondrous place, as they have provided us safe haven. Now, as your president, step inside and seek freedom and paradise. And the door is going to slide down, and the one you entered first is going to close behind you.
I imagine it's probably dark unless lights come on.
One after another. A long, dusty hallway.
I don't think Zernes is necessarily thinking. He's just following, kind of mindlessly at the moment. And starts walking.
As you walk, you see, similar to federal government would never lie to us, of course. The body, like you'd seen the skeleton that went to ash. As you begin to take the first step, the rush again of air filling the space. And you start to hear a hiss of more air coming in. There is bodies upon bodies upon bodies. Skeletons that immediately all whoosh, turn to dust, along with all of their belongings. And there's door after door after door. Not like the ones you came in. These are smaller, but they don't have handles, similar. And it's so quiet. And Galliard, you immediately start to hear many, many, many heartbeats.
Shit.
And that's where we're going to end
We're not
tonight's
alone
session.
here.
What?
Oh my god.
We're going to end it right there.
Gee, holy shit.
Oh my
Yay.
gosh.
I don't think Zernes ever felt that kind of fear before.
Oh, good. Good.
I don't. It like as it's silent, you can hear his armor slightly shaking.
Were they fighting elves?
He's not listening. He's just following.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll give you guys a little bit more of a peek of something before we end.
Oh, God.
As you're down the hallway, you see a door open at the end. And you see a about 6'5", maybe 7 foot tall being. Its entire body, and Zernes, to clarify, you're wrapped in, you have your armor, correct? You have your helmet on?
Armor, helmet, cloak.
Perfect. Its entire form, head included, wrapped in, similarly to that being you saw outside, it looks like vines, but it's in the shape of armor. The plates on front made of, they look like leaves. The shoulder pads, every bit, just very plant-based armor. And you watch as the tendrils, kind of like the symbiote from like Spider-Man, just kind of unravels from the head and retreats back into the armor. And you see a very clearly high elven face. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
What?
Oh, that's even.
Here we go.
That's a lot. This is so much all the time.
Here
All
we
the
go.
time.
Race war.
So enjoy. Now you have to come to terms with all of this. And you left a man outside, and he's going through.
We did.
Although he chose to stay out there.
Leave Sock with him.
I mean, didn't specifically say Sock came with you, so I'm figuring he's out there.
Yeah, Sock emotional support pup.
I'll say probably Sock and Mungdungus are out there since Kingsley's not here, because hey,
Hi.
who knows? Maybe they'll die. I don't want them to die, so that's why they're staying outside.
Johnson has like no concept of death yet. This is a-okay to him. It's not to me, but it's a-okay to him.
It's all right. We'll
We
change that.
fought multiple. Yeah.
So I do have to end.
So we're in a vault.
Yes. I will say I'm gonna end stream real quick. Thank you all for stopping by. Those of you that did, hope you come back for next time. They went on many adventures. As always, don't forget, you're all amazing. Drink some water, eat some food, take care of yourselves.